Welcome to the Smark Foundation podcast. I'm Aaron. This is Adam.
Oh, hi, Marks.
And we are here to cover the best in AEW from the last week. As usual, um, you know, I'm still reeling from All In,
Yeah, me too.
honestly. Like,
Still a little buzzy.
yeah, like I enjoyed this week's shows, but like I'm still very like, and then I know like the answers that I want are there, but there's still just that. I don't know, man. Like it's almost it's almost like the best version of after sex by like I don't know what it is, man. Like it just
You're still taking drags off of that cigarette.
yeah,
You got the Cruella DeVille cigarette,
mhm.
right?
Super
And it's just
long,
like
still
it's on a
going.
long thing and the long cigarette on it at the end. The ash isn't even falling off of it, right?
It's just yeah, I don't know. Like it may legitimately have been the best pay-per-view I've ever seen,
I I
and
mean
that
it's a
effect is
really
really sitting
it's a
with
really good
me.
argument. It's a really
It
good argument
it
for
made
that.
a hell of an argument for it, yeah, and it's just that feeling is sitting with me, like it's just
I think the
present.
biggest the biggest point of evidence to suggest that it might be the greatest wrestling pay-per-view of all time, and not even just AEW, but all time, is the fact that it was 6 hours and it felt like four.
I don't even think it felt like four.
I mean, it just breezed by. It was paced so well, and there was nothing that was uninteresting, really. Like
Mm-mm.
even the match that I had like the least expectation with the tag title match, like even that was like a 4-star banger. Like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was
I
that
don't
was
think there's
great.
any match I would give less like if I gave star ratings and I don't.
No,
But if I
but for a
did,
point of
there's nothing I
reference,
would give less than a four.
yeah,
Um,
everything delivered.
Everything.
Even
Yeah,
even the match they made up on the fly in less than 24 hours.
yeah. Even the stuff I cared about, not as much. It was good. It just like I felt
Yeah.
entertained the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I still have a few minor gripes. I still feel like we booked the women's gauntlet better.
Oh, of course we did.
I
Of
mean,
course we did. I won't make any excuses about it. We fucking booked it better.
yeah,
But it
they should have had a
wasn't
shorter
bad.
men's one, and they should have had a 21 entrant women's one. That's what
Yeah.
they should have done.
Um, that said, it I mean, it makes the weekly shows not feel as impactful by comparison.
Well, they are doing kind of a semi-continuation, but also kind of a reset. You know, it's
Yeah.
their biggest show of the year. It's their season finale. So yeah, things are kind of getting reset a little bit. They're put, the all of the big angles have been mostly uh blown off. So now you deal with the fallout of that. So like wh- what I liked about the shows, I mean, I thought the shows were good, but I do agree that it was a little bit lacking in star power. Although there were a couple of injuries and absences that they wrote, like Will Ospreay apparently is actually injured. He's going to be taking some time off. Samoa Joe they wrote off TV so he could film uh more Twisted Metal, that kind of thing. So they were kind of lacking in star power a little bit, but I don't think that anybody didn't step up to fill the void necessarily. I think that's absolutely why they had Hanger and Mox in the main event of Dynamite,
Yeah.
in a tag match, was because they were kind of lacking star power otherwise because of time off and whatnot. But I thought that it was still good wrestling, but you're right. In comparison to All In, I mean, there's no comparison to All In. All In was fantastic. That's
Yeah.
why we're doing that's why I submitted to you what we're doing for the Call in the Ring segment today, because that is directly tied to All In. And
Mhm.
you, gentle listeners, will find that out at the end of the show. Thank you, by the way. I think it's been too long since I've said thank you to our listeners. I don't want you to think that we are ungrateful. We're just excited to talk about stuff. We don't want to leave you out. We very much appreciate your continued patronage of our thoughts and our musings, uh, silly as we can be. But I was thinking about that today, and I was like, you know what? I should definitely go and be a better weekly thanker of our patrons, I guess, our listeners.
Right.
So thank
Yeah,
you.
I really do appreciate everybody. Um, I'm just glad people are still listening to us.
Yeah, we're in season three.
uh,
We're almost a year in now to this podcast.
yeah,
That's kind of crazy to think
it
about.
is crazy. Like we've been doing this for a while now.
Yeah, yeah, we've got what, another 2 months to go or so
Something like
before we
that.
hit a year
Yeah,
ish. That's
yeah.
exciting. We'll
August,
need to do
September. Yeah,
something special
September.
for that.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a special show or something.
Yeah. Hey, if you guys have any suggestions for what we might do for our 1 year anniversary, our first anniversary show, let us know on Blue Sky.
Yeah, yeah.
This
I'm
is
taking
where you would
suggestions
put the
now.
ad in.
um, so go ahead and get into Dynamite. Now that we've already kind of broached the subject of the shows for the week. Now I don't know if everybody else had this problem, but on Max, when the broadcast kicked off, Hangman was already in the ring.
Yeah, mine even on the replay it got cut off.
Yeah, even on the replay, I didn't catch his entrance.
Yeah.
No Excalibur welcoming, no nothing. Just Hangman's already in the ring, and Tony Schiavone's like, everybody's cheering like he's already been introduced and everything.
But at least it didn't cut off his promo
Oh yeah, yeah, it
because
didn't cut
his
off any part of his
promo
promo.
was fantastic.
Yeah, it was.
Great babyface promo. He just thanks everybody by name. He thanks everybody who's basically anybody who's come up against Moxley and the Death Riders in mostly chronological order. He
Yeah,
thanks Swerve. He thanks Osprey. Like he thanks literally everybody, all the good soldiers who have stood up for what they think AEW should represent.
right.
Um, and yeah, he says he's the champion of the effing world, and it was great.
And you are Hanger. You are the champion of the fucking world, man.
He is. He
That's
is. He's absolutely my champ.
yeah. Um.
Oh, can
So,
we talk before we go on? Can we talk a little bit how awesome the Aragon Ballroom is?
dude, isn't it like
It's so
such a
cool.
cool venue? Like,
Like
it's
it
such
looks like you're
yeah,
having a wrestling show at medieval times, and it's amazing.
yeah, yeah. I kind of
Like
like that
it's
too.
fantastic.
I
I
really
love the architecture.
we'll definitely get into it later, but I like the way they used everything, like the balcony areas and everything like that.
Yes.
Like, it's fucking just, it's really good. It's a much more compact arena than it looks from because like when we're watching it on TV, like what we're getting is an inside out look of it because we're
Yeah.
seeing it like from the perspective of standing in the ring or standing next to the ring. That's where we see it from. Unless unless you're in the crowd, you don't see the venue outside in. You see it inside
No.
out. And
Right.
I didn't realize because of the way it's built and the way it's lit and the way they had the fans in there until Tony Storm ran out of the ring and ran up those stairs. I didn't realize how small the place was.
Yeah.
I thought it was much bigger than that.
Yeah.
Um,
But
and
you
that's
know what it
not
reminds me
saying
of?
anything bad about that video. What that's saying is they made this smaller space that much smaller than what I thought look much bigger than I
Yeah.
thought it was.
You know what it reminds me of is the Hammerstein Ballroom.
I thought that's where they were. I thought that's what this was like because
No.
when I saw the interior of it, I was like, are they at Hammerstein? Like this is
No. I mean,
aren't they? It took me a
it's
minute to realize that's not where it was, but yeah,
I loved their residency at the end of last year at Hammerstein. I mean, I love that building. I remember seeing some of the early Raws from the, like, and that those early Raws, the residency there where they shot like the first, what was it, like 3 or 4 months
yeah,
in there, helped make
the
that
venue with the red
a
curtains.
wrestling venue.
Yeah,
Like it didn't really have a history of being like a major wrestling venue until Raw was in residency there for the first few months of its existence. And I feel like with this residency, there's a very good chance that you could make the Aragon Ballroom, which I've never seen before. I've never apparently it's 100 years old, and it was and Tony Khan basically, from what I understand, booked it because one of his E-Fed friends had always booked his shows from the Aragon Ballroom in Chicago because he liked the building. And so he wanted to kind of shout out to his friend, which is the dorkiest thing you can do. And I love him for it so much.
The
So
crazy
much.
things like that I would do if I had the amount of money that Tony Khan has.
Yeah.
Okay, because there definitely would be a third. If I had as much money as Tony Khan does, there would be a third competitor,
Yeah.
and little
Yeah.
shit like that would happen all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you have FU money. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, but
uh,
yeah, little shit like that would happen
yeah.
all the time.
And but like I feel like they were here this week, they're here for the next 2 weeks, I think.
Oh, are they?
And
Okay. Oh yeah,
I
they're doing
know
like a
it's
Chicago residency. Okay, yeah.
yes. And then after that, they're doing, I think, a week
Philly.
somewhere else, and then they're doing the Philly residency
Yeah,
at what used to be known as the ECW Arena for
yeah.
another 2 weeks.
7,600 something is what it's called now,
Yeah,
or something
30.
like
I
that.
think it's 3,600. If I'm
3,600,
not.
something like that. It's called by its number. It's
Its
called by its
address. Yeah,
address number now. Like that's what the venue's called it, like 76 or
yeah, the
3,600 or something like
2,300
that.
Arena.
The
Yeah,
2,300. There we go.
yeah,
Yeah. See, I knew it was something like that.
yeah. I mean,
But
I've never seen a show there, but I have been to Ring of Honor pay-per-view at the Hammerstein, and it's very much the same. I got the very much same feel, like how it looks so much bigger on TV than it actually is. Um, but I love it. I mean, it's no secret, ever since they started moving to these smaller venues at the beginning of this year, that um, I've been a big fan of the smaller venues with the cool architecture, the distinguishing features, the
yeah,
buildings with personality instead of just another, you know, minor league hockey arena.
right,
Like,
right.
that all kind of look the same,
Because
and
all hockey arenas do look the
yeah, they
same. Coming
kind
from
of
somebody who's
do.
run a tour in hockey arenas across
Yeah,
Canada,
yeah,
when you pipe and drape them and put a stage in them, they all look exactly the same.
yeah,
Y'all have no originality in the hockey world.
yeah.
None. None.
None, zero. But yeah, I didn't want to go on in this review without shouting out to the Aragon Ballroom, which looks like an incredible venue, and I would love to see a show there.
Mhm.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm so glad that this kind of put it on my radar. Like, I feel like that's a really big positive byproduct of choosing these types of venues is it helps the venues
Yeah.
because it puts them on a national stage where usually they're doing like concerts. Those aren't ever televised or anything like that. Generally,
Yeah.
not the small shows. Anyway,
No.
occasionally you get a movie made out of a Taylor Swift concert in a 100,000 seat Coliseum, but like
Mhm.
you don't get these small concerts televised and put on pay-per-view or whatever. So this is exposure for these kinds of buildings, and I really feel like there's value in going to these places for that alone. And because of
Yeah.
that, if it does increase those venues' businesses, maybe they'll be loyal to AEW, like MSG is loyal to WWE.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a smaller venue. It won't have the history behind it, but it would be like AEW territory,
Yeah.
without having to like put it in writing like MSG apparently has.
Mhm.
So, but yeah,
Um,
I wanted to shout that out before we continued.
yeah. That said, we started the night. I mean, after our ridiculously good Hangman promo, we had uh Kyle Fletcher versus Mascara Dorada, who is slowly becoming a favorite of mine. But I'm
I
also
don't think
seeing
you're
a
alone in that.
I'm also seeing a pattern in that quite often, tonight included, the Kyle Fletcher match is my favorite match of the night. And
It's
this was by far my favorite match of the night. Like I had fun with other matches. I'm not saying anything bad.
yeah.
I did have fun with the other stuff, but this match was like my banger of the night. Like this was the
This
one, man.
this
Like
was good. This was
best
real
foot
good.
forward type shit.
And Kyle Fletcher, despite being taller than nearly anybody on the roster, this is not a big man's promotion. There are several big men,
No,
but it's not their promotion.
no.
Kyle Fletcher is 6'4", but only around what, 240 pounds,
Yeah,
right?
he's a smaller, tall guy.
He's a smaller, tall guy, and he somehow has this incredible ability to not only wrestle smaller guys, but to make them look amazing without having to go to the old big man, small man trope.
He
You
has a
know,
level of mobility that most people his height just don't have
he's
the coordination to
incredible.
have at his age.
I
You
said this
know,
last week that, or maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm not really sure which episode it was, but that I left him off my top 10 list to end last season of our show. But I mean, he's creeping. He he is creeping up that list. That
I mean,
dude is a workhorse, and honestly, his character is so good too. He's so fun to watch as a heel because he's such a bastard. Like, he's such a mean little troll that happens to be tall.
we will definitely speak more about how he's such a bastard
Yeah, he
on this
is.
show.
Yeah,
We will
for
definitely get to
sure.
talk more about how he's a bastard.
But in
But
this
for
case, it's just a match that ab absolutely slapped. Like,
yeah, what I think is in this case, he picks up the win. Fletcher does, of course. I, I I think we're gonna start seeing more mass CMLL guys catching wins.
me too.
I just with Fletcher though, I don't think that's gonna happen. But
No, no,
if Fletcher's the other guy, like I think we are. I mean, okay, we already know by now Dustin Rhodes is the new TNT champion. We
yeah,
already know that the plan probably before Dustin got put in that match was for Kyle Fletcher to probably be the TNT champion.
yeah.
So we're probably, and I'm qualifying this every step along the way with probably because it's just probable. It's not
Yeah,
100%
we're
true.
not in the
I don't
writer's room. We
know.
don't
Yeah,
know.
don't talk to Tony Khan. I wish I did, but I don't.
Me too. I'd love to pick his
Um,
brain. I
but
talked to him about Clue.
right. But so probably the what's going to happen here is that we've given Dustin Rhodes his moment and his respect in Texas at a very famous wrestling stadium in Texas because the ballpark at Arlington, which is whatever it's called now, whatever that brand name is that they have on Arlington and Rangers Field, I'm not going to ever call it that. That's the ballpark at Arlington. Okay,
Yeah,
that's what it's
yeah,
always been. And that's where Ric Flair has won the NWA title and where the Von Erichs have like a couple of them have won the world title. Like it's a very famous wrestling stadium in Texas. So giving this to Dustin Rhodes doesn't surprise me at all. Changing that plan on the fly and being like, hey, we're going to give this feel good moment, that doesn't surprise me at all. But what's going to happen now is that we're going to get that feel good moment stepped on a little bit because Dustin Rhodes is going to get the shit kicked out of him by Kyle
I
Fletcher.
I do hope, and I think that there's precedent for this in Tony Khan's booking. I do
Mhm.
hope that he gets one or two successful defenses of the belt in before losing it to Fletcher,
Oh yeah. Well,
simply to say that he wasn't a fluke champion.
yeah.
You
Well,
know,
I mean, as Fletcher is having matches on his way there to further legitimize him and make it look like he can win this title, I
yeah,
am sure that we will have matches with Dustin Rhodes where it makes him look like he can defend this title.
yeah. The
Because
TNT
Tony
title
Khan's
has,
very good at setting people up and making them look like they can compete, and then putting on matches where it's competitive and it looks at any time like anybody could win.
yeah,
You
and
know,
there is the precedent for the TNT title being kind of a soft open challenge title.
yeah,
Like, it's not always that. There are
no,
scheduled title defenses as well, but there are several champions who made it a point in their reigns to have it be the open challenge title. Not the least of which being the original one, Cody Rhodes.
yeah. Cody
TNT
did it.
title was
Cope did it for a little bit, didn't he?
Cope. Yeah, he had the Cope Open.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so Cope did it.
Uh,
Adam Cole
Mir-
kind of did it for a little bit, and then he didn't.
Miro sorta did it.
Yeah, Sammy Guevara did
Um,
it.
Definitely Sammy did it.
Yeah,
That's how you got the Scorpio Sky switch 'em ups.
yeah.
Um,
So yeah,
but
Darby did it. He
yeah,
faced somebody like every week for it or something like that.
yeah,
So
like half of the notable TNT champions had
Yeah.
some aspect of an open challenge
Hmm.
attached to the belt. So it was like that was kind of a not like a real hard gimmick because not everybody took advantage of that, but kind of a soft gimmick for the TNT title is the expectation that at least champions who looked dominant or at the very least were a decent enough babyface were going to put the title on the line a lot. So I
Yeah.
can see them resurrecting that with Dustin. So I hope that he gets one or two successful defenses off to prove that it wasn't just a fluke
Hmm.
and it wasn't just a transitional title reign.
Yeah.
Um, because it would be sad to kind of waste that on somebody who's such a good loyal soldier. Like
Yeah.
no, I don't know if there are too many people who have been banging the AEW drum as loudly and as consistently since the company's inception than Dustin Rhodes.
No.
Like this was the culmination of I mean it was facilitated by an injury, which is shitty, but it was the culmination of 6 years of being a really good hand, faithful employee, and an absolute asset backstage and in the ring. Like the
Yeah.
dude is aging like fine wine in the ring. Dude is not for some reason this dude is not deteriorating the same way as like a Chris Jericho is. I
Right.
I can't figure out why. Like I'm not upset about it, but I can't figure out why. Like, the dude's doing Canadian destroyers at 56 years old. Who knows?
You can keep it on, man.
Hell yeah.
I would imagine it says something for Dr. Pepper and barbecue, but you know, we'll have to figure out that correlation or whatever later. Uh, um, so after that, we had Don Callis family and the Young Bucks. Who was
But
it?
wait. There's some skit
Was
stuff in
there?
the
I
middle
didn't
there.
get.
The
I
Young
just
Bucks
didn't.
show up in an Uber.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so the Young Bucks show up
They don't
during
have
their
the company
intro.
card. The company card is no longer accessible to them, and apparently they're poors now. I
Yeah,
don't.
they're
It doesn't
disgustingly
really make
poor.
sense, but I don't
Yeah.
care because it was hilarious. This reminded me of some good old fashioned BTE stuff. Like it was funny. They arrived there and uh uh Renee has the Cheshire Cat grin on, like she's trying to be professional,
She
but
gives
she
them
can't
all the
help.
shit in the world.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then they walk by Marina. They're like, "Hi, Marina," and
And
she
she's just
just gives
like,
them the brush
well,
off because she's mean.
she
It's
is mean.
like you screwed up worse than the Bucks did. I don't see you. I don't feel like you had any
You got
shade to
handcuffed by
cast there,
Prince Nana.
Marina. Like, yeah. But then they get to the room and some dude is writing on their door, uh, the Matt and Nick
Matt
Jackson,
and Nick Jackson. Yeah.
and they cross out the EVP part of the locker room. Like, why don't they put them in Gen Pop? Can you imagine? Like
Well,
they
I
put them
mean,
in Gen Pop, and then like the skit is everybody just staring daggers at them the entire time.
I also
I think
don't
I'm
know if
gonna.
you noticed or who all noticed, but that looked like a walk-in door,
Yeah,
like a freezer door that they had
yeah.
that
It
sign
was.
on.
It
So I
didn't really
mean,
look like an office.
no,
Oh,
it sure as fuck was not an office,
no.
but it looked like a freezer door, man, like a old school like one of them
Yeah,
like sliding freezer doors with like the rebar handle. You know,
yeah.
like that's what it looked like. So,
But they
so
set
yeah,
all
it's
this up
shitty
so
that
that they set all this up so that when Don Callis comes in and basically he says Kenny Omega is dead, which is a
yeah,
misnomer. That is
no,
metaphor. That is
yeah, Kenny's
not
definitely not
true.
dead.
He's not dead. But he was the one who he tries to put the blame on Kenny for being the one that came between them all when I think that's pretty much revisionist history. But he's like, well, maybe we can all, be friends again. There's a spot in the Don Callis family for you. And they're like, okay, let's make one thing clear. We will never join the family. But we could absolutely use some friends and allies right now. So, you know, we'll see how tonight goes and we'll go from there.
Yeah,
So I'm like, okay. Like, all right. I mean, it's not something we haven't seen before, and the Don Callis family is getting absolutely enormous.
There's
It's
some
get and this
NWO level shit right
you
here.
you can tell what they're setting up for because when the Death Riders finally dissipate and go their own ways, the Don Callis is going to be there to snatch that top heel faction. You know, they're going to grab that ring,
Maybe
and
all the
they're going to be the
heels.
one. There are so many of them,
Yeah.
so many more of them than there are Death Riders.
Yeah.
Like they're far more dangerous, even on paper, than the Death Riders are.
Yeah,
Like I
that's
don't know
true.
why everybody's freaking out about them when Don Callis is building a freaking army right under their noses.
Right?
But
Exactly. Like
I mean,
it's
and
even
sure, one,
more blatant than them building the women's tag division under our noses. Like
yeah,
Don Callis is building an army.
and sure, one of them is Rocky Romero, and he never wins. But not all of them can win. It's just still a body.
Hey man,
I
every
I
Infinity
love you,
Stone
Rock.
has a purpose. For
Yep,
Rocky, it's making sure they're booked well.
yep, love you, Rocky. Love you.
Rocky, why is Rocky in the Don Callis family? Well, because someone has to be in Tony's ear and make sure they get booked
Who
well
do
enough
you
to look serious, you
who do you
know?
think brought Echicero to the family?
Yeah, right. Definitely, definitely. Who do you think brought? Probably Takeshita also. Um,
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
I would imagine Rocky Romero
that may be an Omega
a
thing.
lot of Mexican and Japanese wrestlers
That
entrance into AEW.
if I had to guess, that was an Omega
That might have
thing
been an
done
Omega thing.
because he's the
Yeah,
one
because
who has
He was in DDT.
right.
Didn't
Yeah,
Omega own DDT? Isn't that his
he
deal?
doesn't own it. I don't think,
I thought he did. I thought
but
he owned one of those ones over there.
I don't
One of the smaller
think
ones like DDT or something
so.
like that.
He may be part owner. I don't know.
Hmm.
Uh, I'll have to research that, but not now.
That's one of the
Instead, we're
many,
gonna.
many wrestling rumors that I have heard that I have no substantiation for, that I,
Yeah,
for some reason, have believed for years. Um,
I do not know. What I do
I don't
know
know. I
is
see
that
some of the things he does over there, and I'm like, only the owner can get away with
well, I mean, DDT was.
that.
I mean, have you seen some of the early DDT stuff before
That's the
Omega
shit
even
I'm talking
got
about.
there? Like
But no,
before
but
Omega ever got there, it was way crazier. They had, they had. Are you familiar with Razor Ramon HG?
yes, unfortunately, I wish I was not familiar with
I
that.
think he was hilarious, but that's beside the point. That he fought a monster little Joshi that hatched out of an egg, a giant gobbledygooker egg,
Oh my god.
and lost to that to the monster Joshi that hatched out. And this was a diminutive little lady. I don't know who it was, but she was like 5'3", maybe, and she
Oh god.
kicked his ass. Like the DDT in its infancy was far crazier than anything that Omega did once he got there. So, like
Yeah.
honestly, I need to go back and watch more early days DDT because it is crazy in the best way. It was like the concept of it was a Japanese spin on American style pro wrestling with the over the top characters and the soap opera stuff, and to act as a contrast to New Japan and All Japan, and I think Noah at the time was just starting out as well, and who were very very Bushido, you know everything is serious and everything is you know you know death is on the line, that kind of deal. And this was the complete opposite direction. And it is crazy, man. If you like good, bad, crazy wrestling, like I enjoy at times, check out some DDT from its early years because that is crazy. But next up is the MVP with the Hurt Syndicate. And, MVP,
Wait. Was that before?
I'm
Was
pretty
the
sure that
MVP
was,
before Cope and FTR's thing with, or Cope and Stokely?
I think so. Pretty
Okay.
sure. I think Cope and Stokely was like halfway through
I
this.
don't have the MVP thing on my notes at all, which is weird because I know I saw it.
It's the MVP starts. It's a backstage promo. MVP is
Yeah.
backstage and he's begging. one of these legendary AEW tag teams to stand up and face them because
Oh yeah, okay, I remember.
tired tired of steamrolling everybody. And then MJF explains how he's going to approach the contract that he
Yeah,
won from the
and
Gauntlet.
he's
So
better than you, and we know
oh
it.
well, yeah, we know that. Uh, but notable things about this is that he's going to try to earn a title shot, quote unquote, the right way or the normal way beforehand, and that because he knows he can beat him anyway, and he's going to use the contract as a break glass in case of emergency type situation. So he's probably going to get a match with Hanger on his own through other means, lose that
Mhm.
match, and then immediately cash in his contract to try to win it again. I kind of hope that he doesn't win. Like, if I'm being honest, like I I feel like MJF as champion, as long as he's in the Hurt Syndicate, doesn't make much sense. He's
No,
not an
not
original
really.
member. He's not one of the core three. You, I mean, you can see them like Shelton and Bobby to a much lesser extent MVP, but definitely Shelton and Bobby still aren't like 100% on the MJF train, especially
Yeah.
Bobby Lashley. Every time MJF goes off at the mouth about how great he was, including in this promo, Bobby's all like, "Would you just shut up?"
Right.
Like
Yeah. Like,
he's just
please
looking off
stop
into the
it.
distance, like he's waiting for the segment to be over. Um, I feel like he gets the title shot, he loses, he cashes in, and he loses again, and that's where the Hurt Syndicate turn on. I feel like that's your story because him
Hopefully.
as champion in the Hurt Syndicate doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, you know, because he wasn't an original member. It's not really that group isn't really about him, or
No.
it shouldn't be anyway.
Right.
It's about the guys that came in with a pre-existing friendship and basically trying to prove to WWE that they dropped the ball with these guys in this gimmick. And
Which so far they
MJF as a
have. Yeah. I mean,
MJF as a part of that doesn't fit with that story.
no.
So it doesn't fit with that narrative. So I feel like that's the way it's going to go, and that's the way it should go. I don't know who the person to dethrone Hanger should be, but I know it shouldn't be MJF as long as he's still in the Hurt Syndicate.
I mean, I would think it would need to be a heel before it's Darby. So I'm just not sure
Yeah,
who
I mean,
that's
I
going to
could
be.
see him dropping it to Darby or Osprey or down the line Swerve, but like I don't see. I think it'd be better if it was just to a straight up heel, honestly.
Yeah.
But that is hopefully way down the road.
Yeah.
Uh, what's more immediately the other thing that I wanted to point out was that great line that MJF had saying that he was the physical embodiment of Hangman's depression.
Oh
Like,
man,
ooh,
that I was like, oh, he's trying to cut deep, man.
yeah,
Like, hey, we're friends, right? Like, goddamn, like,
right.
you gonna do that?
Like
Like,
that's such a cutting line. It
oh,
was a
dude, it is.
great line and said with no lack of intensity.
No, none at all. Like, oh, yeah, MJF's so good at delivering those pointed like cutters, man. Like, just
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
he's really good at wedging it in between your teeth, man.
yeah. He's like a surgeon with him, really.
Yeah, yeah, he sure is.
Then we get match number two.
Well, is this where we get Cope?
No, Cope is after this match. So it's the Young Bucks and the Don Callis family versus Jet Speed, Brody King, and Mandy. So this was chaos, and it was, but the probably the most notable thing about it is the Young Bucks entrance.
Yeah, yeah. It was all like
I loved this
from
bit
5 seconds
so much.
before. The footage from 5 seconds before where they're walking in from the Uber was like the best part of that
Yeah.
of their Tron video because it's just like, oh hey, we're gonna like draw on EVP or not EVPs
In
and
Comic
like
Sans
logos.
font.
Yeah, all that stuff and like
Matt and
Comic
Nick.
Sans, and then then their Tron video is literally just the video of them walking from the Uber from
Yeah.
5 seconds before.
And
Like,
then the I think the chef's kiss on this though was
Justin
Justin
Roberts,
Roberts' announcement of it.
dude,
Like they're
Matt
former
and Nick
EVPs,
Jackson,
Matt and Nick, the Young Bucks.
Young Bucks.
Like just the
And they're
way that
just
he
like, what the
delivered
fuck?
it, just the way he delivered it was like I get that it's weird that they don't have money like saved. Like that part doesn't really that's a
They
little
spent it
iffy.
all on that ridiculous limo.
Yeah. Well, that was the company card. That's not their own money. Like you guys are millionaires who have been in this company for 6 years. Like you should have money saved. Like
It's
this
true.
is a little bit stretching for me. That I mean, it's I'll let it go because it's funny.
It is
But
a little funny.
if
Yeah.
it makes me laugh, I'll let it go. But this I completely understand because their whole gimmick for the past 2 years has been the or a year and a half has been they're abusing their powers as EVPs, and you'd be a fool to think that extended only to wrestlers. They were probably
Yeah.
bastards to all the tech guys too. So yeah, they're gonna take a little bit of the piss out of them by messing with their entrance. That makes
Right?
sense. That makes
Yeah.
all the sense in the world. The that they wouldn't have their entrance due to lack of money makes zero sense. It's a bought and paid for entrance. They
Oh no,
own
they're
the
fucking
music.
with them.
They own the music. The pyro you can wave off is we don't want to spend it on you anymore. But like it's completely believable that the tech guys who have been used and abused by these guys and now only have to answer to Tony Khan, who, let's not forget, got a TK driver from these guys,
Yeah.
is not going to punish them for this.
Not at all. No.
So they
It'd
can
be
get
funny
away
if
with
it
it.
turned out to be Kenny. Like if he's like, I'm actually still an EVP and I've been doing all
Yeah.
this to you. Like
I
it'd
don't
be
think
funny
they
if it turned out
ever
to be Kenny.
I don't think they ever officially revoked his EVP
I
status.
don't think they did either.
Like I know
So
that Christopher Daniels was supposed to be like EVP
interim EVP or whatever.
interim, basically speaking for Kenny in his absence. But Kenny's back, so you have to assume that he's the sole EVP that still
Yeah.
wrestles, like
Yeah.
as well.
So
So
he so the
and
so they
he's
got
injured. So
but they've been calling him at home and he says all this stuff is okay. So this is what we've done to your
yeah,
entrance. And
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
We called Kenny
This
and he said it was okay.
yeah. This match friggin' ruled.
Dude, it was all right.
Uh
Yeah.
it was
I had
good.
fun watching it.
Young Bucks was just I mean, they were there was at one point towards the end of the match where they're about to hit the EVP trigger and they
And
call it
realize
out
they're not
and realize they're
EVPs.
not EVPs anymore, so they
Oh
need to come
yeah.
up with a new name. And that was just the funniest bit to me. I'm like, they just look at each other with such like, oh, like you almost feel bad for them because they realize, oh, I'm so sad, we're not EVPs anymore. Like we got called
This
something
match
different.
this match had the gnarliest bumps of the night.
Hmm.
Like people were taking some like okay, I was entertained, guys, but y'all were taking some unnecessarily awkward and heavy bump. I was like, oh my God, at some point. I was like, this like save some of that shit for the next pay-per-view, please. Like
Yeah,
you don't have to do it now. All right, like not all
yeah,
at once. Okay. Like, especially looking at you, Bandito.
yeah. I was really surprised by the finish. Like, not that the heels won, because I think they needed to establish that this relationship between the Bucks and Don Callis family was going to work, because otherwise they wouldn't go along with it. If they
Yeah.
lost here, they wouldn't go along with it in the future, and that's clearly the directive. So they needed to win here for storyline purposes. I was surprised that it was the ROH World Champion taking the fall.
Yeah, I thought
Uh,
that was odd too. And I
I
wouldn't
mean,
have called it at the
they did
beginning for
make
sure.
go out of their way to make it clear that he was knocked out before Echecero wrapped him up in the rear naked choke.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he didn't
They're
give
building him in
up.
Hechicero for that
But
ROH title, though,
yes,
also. That's definitely
absolutely.
happening.
And that match is gonna rule
Oh, fuck
because
yeah, it is.
Bandito rules and Echecero rules.
Yeah.
So
And the
like,
last one, that Hechicero, I'm still telling y'all, Bandito versus Takeshita from Supercard, watch it. Go back and watch it. Holy shit. Most of
And
that card
here,
is very good. Hechisero's run in that he fought who did he fight? Another
was it Titan? I
it
think.
might have no. Tatam was uh Nick Wayne's opponent, and that was a fantastic match. But no, I'm pretty sure actually it was Dorada.
Oh,
Hechicero and
Dorada.
Dorada
Okay.
opened up ROH Supercard, and it was the
CML open.
yes, CML
CMLL
opened. But it was like the
Super
best
Card of
possible
Honor.
opening too. Like it was such a good match, dude. It was so good.
CMLL presents Super Card of Lucha Libre.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, it was a really good match. So Hechicero Bandito, yeah, gonna be a freaking killer, dude.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that match was more for that build than anything else, really.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
uh,
They needed to establish the two things that the Young Bucks were going to ally themselves with the Donghouse family. And so they needed to win there in order to do that. And the heels needed to win with Echecero making it look like he was a threat to Bandito. So
yeah,
mission accomplished.
yeah,
Great. I loved the setup into the rear naked choke too with the reverse monkey flip.
yeah,
It
that was pretty cool,
so
man.
cool. Echicero's so
Yeah,
like
he is.
his technical style is different than anybody else I've ever seen, and it's wonderful, and I love it.
He's the first person that I saw do that leg sweep coming out from under the jump,
Yeah,
like the jump over.
yeah.
And I was like, that
It
is just like I can't
it's
believe
so
nobody thought
clean.
of that beforehand. It's so
It's so
genius.
I have seen it
Like
before, but like
not
nobody
the
I've
way
seen
he
makes
does
it
it.
like a
Yeah.
regular part of their moveset.
Yeah. If I've
Usually
seen it
it's like
before, I haven't seen anybody do it like that. Like,
yeah, like he's making it like a regular thing in his matches, and I love it.
yeah.
It's
He
so
makes it look like
clean.
it fucking hurts.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
Makes it look like it hurts bad, man. Like he makes like everything look like it really hurts. And I love that. I love when you make shit look like it hurts, man. Like
Yeah,
if you can
that
really make it look like it hurts, that's the best wrestlers,
yeah.
man.
That's the magic, right? That's what Bret
Yeah.
Hart always said was that the magic of wrestling is making stuff look like it hurts when it doesn't.
Yeah.
So
So now we
now
have
here's where
Cope.
yeah, you take
So
this one.
Cope comes in, and the crowd, as usual, is seeing. This is our new Judas. Um,
Yes.
so the crowd, of course, sings. Cope looks like he's gonna cry every time they do that. Please stop trying to make Cope cry before he does a promo.
Oh,
Everybody.
I like it. It shows that,
I mean, I like that they. I love that
it
they appreciate it, but you like you got like,
it puts
please let
over
this
how
man not be emotional for 10 minutes.
it puts over how happy he is to be here and
It's the
how
world's oldest
lucky
emo
he
kid.
is. And like I mean, can't be okay. Let's be real here. Nobody is more emo in AEW than Wheeler Yuta.
That's true. That's true.
Maybe Julia Hart and Sky Blue. Maybe.
Maybe.
But they
No,
smile
no.
too.
I
But
I
they
know
smile too, so I
I
don't
know
know about
girls
that.
like Julia Hart and Sky Blue. They're definitely not emo. Those are actually the AEW. Those are actually the mean girls. They're just
Yeah.
in goth sheep's clothing.
Well, I mean, Julia was a
Um,
cheerleader and Sky Blue is a fire starter. So
yeah, that's
a
true.
literal arsonist. Not
Yeah,
a fake arsonist like Hangman, a real life arsonist. So
but
go watch her AEW episode, everybody. You'll learn. You'll learn
yeah.
a thing or two.
So Cope, he comes out. He's starting his promo about what's gonna happen, what's next, and Christian and FTR and all that shit. And he's pissed off at FTR. Like that's the
Yeah.
big point tonight. It's not really about Christian or anything else. He's pissed off at FTR. What's he gonna do to them? And Stokely shows up, of course, without FTR. He brings security. Ooh,
Yeah.
fun. Um, um, so Stokely brings his own security. He comes in, he tells uh Copeland that after his actions at All In, that Tony Khan received 3 anonymous emails. So of course, him and FTR emailed Tony Khan about Adam Copeland's behavior, and now he is banned from interfering with FTR. But as I blurted out immediately when he said that, you didn't say you, dude.
Yep.
And Copeland immediately says, yeah, but not you. And beats up the security that Stokely sends his way. The other security guys run away. And Stokely does the whole, oh God, he's right behind me, right? And then turns around and catches a spear, which is
Yeah.
very satisfying because I hate Stokely Hathaway. On a completely personal level. Stop blocking me on every social media, but you little troll. Um,
I get the
anyway,
feeling that he blocks a lot of people. I
I
don't
get
know
the
if it's
feeling he
personal
has
or
to
not.
because the things I said weren't even really that offensive. They were just kind of playing along with the character thing that he was doing.
Yeah.
So if that's a reason to block me, I bet a lot of people have been blocked by Stokely. Hey, if you've been blocked by Stokely, we'd like to hear from you. Please call
Yeah.
888 see me on Blue Sky. Um, I definitely want to hear about like if you've
Uh,
been blocked by Stokely Hathaway on any social media, I want
you
to
may
know.
be entitled to compensation.
You're definitely not entitled to compensation, but I want to hear
No.
about it because I would love to do like a whole how many people has Stokely Hathaway blocked? And I would love to hear, especially if you're somebody in the wrestling sphere who has any kind of influence. Like even it would be hilarious if like there were people who worked at AEW who he's blocked on social media that he has to see at work.
I mean,
Like
people do have burners.
people do, but I want to see. I want to know. Like if you if hit us up on Blue Sky, let us know if you have anything like that. Because I know I can't be the only one. And he's blocked like several of my accounts too. It's not just one. So and every time I was just interacting with him as a fan would interact with him. I wasn't like being an asshole, except for the one time that he tried to use George Santos as a funny character building moment with Willow Nightingale, which was gross, and I told him so. Um, either way. So Stokely catches the spear, and everybody's happy. This is a good feel good moment right in the middle of the show because F Stokely. Then we had. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this right now, okay? Like, look, all right, couple times, okay, four times, we're pushing. Getting to the point where it's happening on literally every show you do that wasn't all in like a 3 week period where you have some kind of 6 figure nonsense match.
Oh, you're skipping Briscoe's promo?
What what do you mean? That's after this.
No, before it.
Okay.
It's okay. It's very serious. Mark Briscoe saying he's gonna whoop that ass.
Yeah, I
There's
don't
not
think there
much
was
to
much
it.
to it.
He's just
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
just very serious Mark Briscoe as
yeah,
opposed to fun loving, chaotic energy Mark Briscoe.
yeah. But this
It
gimmick that Tony's doing every week, every show now almost, where some one match on the show is four people randomly thrown together for some 6 figure sum. Like a good
I
idea
I
is a good idea a couple times in a row, Tony. But after that, like it's diminishing returns. It's the law of
I
diminishing returns. This is
I
getting annoying.
feel like I might get crap, but I'm just gonna say it like I see it. I think this may be an you know how people who are neurodivergent hyperfocus.
Yeah,
I think this may be a hyperfixation.
yeah.
Um, this idea you can't get it out of his head. Got to put money on line. Got to put money on. Like later on, you'll see on Collision, AR Fox has a match, but they do bring up on commentary that he's won like three of these matches since getting signed in 2022, and he has collected the most bonus, big bonus money of anybody. So it's nice to see the continuity there. But I think this may be just like Tony wanting to put on matches that feel big and wanting to put a reason to put random people together. Not random because like everybody, Chris and Willow are feuding, and Tekla and Queen Aminata are feuding. They're all in the match together, so it's not random.
It's not
But I
completely
feel,
random, but if it's not random, then there's no reason to add the 6 figure. Like everybody has reason
yeah,
to match.
like I feel like maybe this is just a fixation that he currently has.
Maybe it is,
Um,
but I mean, we're getting to the point where like it's
And
happening. So
I'm not even saying that's bad, really. I mean, there are worse ways to, to put stakes on a match, but there are also better ways,
well, I
you
mean,
know.
it's getting to the point where it's happening so often that I'm expecting like it to be announced by Teddy Long eventually.
Holla, holla, holla.
Like you got a one-on-one match with the Undertaker, play it, or it's a tag match, play it. Like it's the
Yeah.
same thing. It's just happening all the time. It's like SmackDown all over again.
Yeah.
I
I
don't hate the matches that are happening. I just kill that stupid stipulation. Like just let's because like
unless
raise your hand if you think that AEW wrestlers are underpaid.
no. The exception that I agree with you, but the exception I will make is if they have at least one of these have whoever's winning the money show us how they're spending the money, make a sketch of it, have it be funny, like have somebody fun win it, have somebody that you don't expect to win it,
Yeah,
and then show them spending their money, and then show the person that they won over seething that they're spending it on stupid stuff, and then
yeah,
continue a feud from there. Like that's what I want to. I want to see it lead to something as opposed to just being okay. This is just extra bonus because I'm feeling charitable to these four people in particular.
yeah.
Like I. That being said, the match was kind of weird in that like I thought immediately that when the bell rang, Tekla and Aminata would just kill each other on sight,
Yeah, you
and
would think,
Statlander
right?
and
And that's exactly
Willow.
what we expected.
That's exactly what we expected, and that's not what we got. Like they
No.
paired off differently, and there didn't really seem to be the hatred there that we normally see between them, and I was kind of disappointed because I really like that aspect.
Yeah.
Um, what I do like is that Tekla wins. Like I thought that I think Queen Amidala was the least likely to win this, but I thought probably Willow or Stat was probably because of their position on the card were probably in a lot of people's eyes probably the most likely women to win this match. But no, wound up being Tekla, and she did it with some help from Sky Blue and Julia Hart and some black mist from Julia Hart in her Queen Amidala's face. So we're getting whatever they're calling this, rad alt girls stable, and I'm here for it.
I
I
still
think
think
that's
it should be
great.
Little Evil.
Little Evil, Daughters of Darkness. The two Sky and Julia were wearing t-shirts that said sin on
Yeah.
it. I'm wondering if that's an indicator of their stable's name. I don't know, but either way, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
They match up aesthetically. You could tell the first time that they had them in the multi-women matches where they both did the spider spot in the corner, the spider suplex spot in the corner, and they were looking at each other. It's like, oh, there's something here, and I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with this. Loved it.
They do all but confirm it by showing up later in a short backstage segment with the three of them.
Which is completely
Um,
silent. She just
yeah. They don't say
sits
anything. They
behind
just
them,
chill. Yeah.
like,
See, after that, we had Tony Storm coming out for a promo. She's on the balcony, which is where we were talking about the cool parts of the venue. She's on the balcony. This promo was kind of the first time I noticed her doing a rehash of any of her old stuff
but she
that
was
she'd already
adding to
done.
it
She
too.
was adding to it, but yeah, but she
She was
kind of
making
like
a big long thing.
the same thing. Yeah, she started off the same with the same thing that she did after the last title win like this, but then like expanded on it.
I think this is going to be a thing for her where she every single big title defense she has, the next promo she does, she starts out that way and then just keeps adding more stuff onto it. And I think
Um,
that's funny, so I'm okay with it.
if she'll announce
If
if
she can
she'll
keep
need it
going with it.
with Athena, because Athena could very well win this title.
Yeah,
Um,
honestly, I think I don't know if it should be on the first one, but definitely by the second match they have, Athena should be winning that belt.
yeah,
I love Tony
yeah.
Storm, but Athena has worked long and hard on Ring of Honor, not being on the main show for like 2.5, 3 years, propping up the Ring of Honor brand almost by herself.
Yeah. Now, Tony's
She
promo here
deserves
was
this.
good, but she gets interrupted by Athena. Now, her line of the week happens on Collision. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, yeah.
But she gets interrupted by Athena. I love Athena's work. I'm not such a big fan of her promos. I'm just not, man. This Tonti thing that she's doing, I don't like this. Okay,
I don't
this
even
this
know what
adding
that
the
is. That a
extra.
reference
I
to
don't know.
something?
I
That's
don't
gotta
know,
be, right?
man. I don't know, but this adding the extra T ain't doing it for me. All right, like it just
Do you think it's just in answer to the way that Tony mispronounces everybody's name?
maybe it is, but I don't know. A lot of the things about
I'm
about
wondering.
Athena's promos over Dynamite and Collision just rubbed me the wrong way. I just didn't really like. Yeah, they just rubbed
I
me the
mean,
wrong way. I was like, this is not what I expect for a program of this profile. Like
I didn't have any problem with it personally. But I mean, we still got some time before the match
we
actually
do,
happens.
we do, and I need corrective action to be taken immediately.
So I
Uh,
mean, I'm willing to see where it goes. Uh, they set up Billy Starks against Tony next week. That's cool.
yeah,
Like that. More time for Billy. That's cool.
yeah.
Um, yeah.
So then we had a completely pointless squash. I thought
Well, wait.
Okada.
There's
What?
a backstage promo with what used to be the Patriarch here.
I know I have notes on that. Why isn't there?
So basically, what happens is it's the patriarchy minus them, and Kip Sabian actually gets to talk, which is great.
Yeah, that was
Good
weird.
for him because he's actually a decent talker. Like they never do anything with him. Like I feel like there's a lot of wasted potential in Kip Sabian, and they actually let him talk here, which is great. And he basically kind of lays it all out. He's like, "Yeah, Christian Cage didn't want to listen to us, and he had his own plans, and we saw the destruct, the self-serving self-destruction coming a mile away, and we decided to do something about it." Mother Wayne speaks up. She's like, "These are my boys.
Yeah,
These are
like
my boys."
it's
And
weird that the
also,
patriarchy is now evil MILF and sons.
yeah, and also Christian Cage apparently can't get an erection, or at least can't
Yeah,
maintain it.
apparently not.
Um, and then Nick Wayne is like, "I'm I'm the man of the house now, essentially."
Yeah,
Like he's got the belt, World TV belt on his shoulder from ROH, and he's like, "Yeah, this isn't the only title I'm going to win. I'm 20 years old. The title, it's not how many titles I have won, it's how many I'm going to win." And
yeah,
at 20 years old, with the level of prodigy that he is, I have no doubt that there are world titles in his future as
yeah,
long as he stays in this company. Probably not if he goes to WWE. He's a little small for them.
yeah,
But if he stays in this company, there's a very good chance that he has a couple of world titles before he's done there.
yeah, for sure.
But yes, they don't officially call it the matriarchy, but we might as well.
Yeah, might as well. No more guy. Yeah, yeah. Evil lady in charge now.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't even say she's evil. She
she
got rid
might.
of Christian. She got rid of Christian Cage. That ultimately
No.
decreases the evil,
She's
at
definitely
least
still evil.
marginally.
Definitely still evil. Um. So
Then
now we
yes,
have
Kazuchika Okada versus Brandon.
Rafael
Yeah.
Quintero. Okay, so first of all, this local talent is named after a cartel drug dealer. Um,
Oh, that's fun.
yeah. But besides that, it wasn't much of anything of a match. Okada basically just rainmakers him and then calls out Swerve. Swerve stares him down, like, hey, you call for me, here I am. Don't call for me, you
Notably,
don't
he
want me.
called him out because uh he took out the box.
Yeah, because he took out the butt. Yeah, he took the EVPs away from
That's
the
the
butt, so now
impetus
he
for
has to
this.
pay for that bitch or whatever. You know.
Yep.
So but Swerve comes out. Okada looks genuinely like he doesn't really want to deal with Swerve. Like he doesn't want to
Yeah.
face him. Like maybe calling him out was a
Wasn't such
mistake.
a
Yeah, like maybe this wasn't a good idea. And
yeah.
so we'll see where that goes. That really was pretty much the entirety of that
Yeah.
segment.
The only
Um,
other notable thing that I noticed was that Don Callis still had both the Continental and International title belts on his shoulders, while Okada, who has a new theme, a new presentation, which I enjoyed, the majority of Blue Sky didn't. but I happen to be in the minority. I actually like it because like his old theme, okay, sure, there's history behind it and everything. It's not a heel theme. I'm gonna go out and say it. It's just not a theme song befitting the heel nature of this version of Kazuchika Okada. It's just not. It's just like, oh, here I'm Japanese guy happy to be here. Like, no, this is not what is necessary for this character. I thought it was a valid and worthwhile change, and I'm happy to hear the new and see the new presentation.
Yeah.
But yeah, like he's Callus has the belts with him, so it's like so we're not retiring those.
Yeah, I'm about to say, didn't we have a unified belt get revealed?
It's called unified for a reason.
Yeah,
Like
like we gotta get rid of these
get rid
belts.
of the
Like
other
this is
two.
stupid. Yeah.
As much as I love the design of the international title belt,
Yeah.
yeah, we did this thing where we unified them. Like
We even showed a belt, like a
yeah,
unified title belt.
he's
Like,
wearing it. Okada's wearing that one. Like
yeah. So why are
so
these other two belts here? Yeah.
my question is like it would be stupid for somebody to not challenge for the unified title instead of one or the other if they're still active individually. It doesn't make any sense. It's the same guy in one match. Challenge him to for both belts. It doesn't make any sense not to. But does that mean then that anybody who wins the unified title goes down as in the record books as both a continental and international champion?
I guess.
Like I don't I I don't have the answer to that, and I'm kind of intrigued. Like if they're not splitting it, what's the plan here? What I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either. I thought we
I
were.
love that unified title belt. I think it looks gorgeous, but like, why is it accompanied by the other two? It doesn't make
Yeah,
any
I thought we
sense.
were getting rid of the other two, and that was the point.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, I don't know what's going on here with all that. Yeah, they need to get rid of the other two
Like
belts. Like,
if the continental and international titles were from two different promotions, it would make sense to challenge for those individual titles because you'd be like, okay, this is the say it was the CMLL continental title for just the sake of the argument. If you're competing for, against Okada in CMLL, well, then it would be for the continental title. But if you were facing him in AEW, then it would be for the international title because that's the belt of the promotion that you're facing him in.
yeah.
That logic I could hand wave. I could fine. But it
Mm.
doesn't make sense to not he has both. Why would you challenge him individually for both, for one of the titles when you could win both of them in one swoop? Doesn't make any sense to me. So if that doesn't make sense, then why are we still carrying around the two belts?
No idea.
TK, you got some explaining to do.
Lucy.
If anybody has
Yeah,
any other insight, I would love to talk about it on Blue Sky. Please help me understand because
yeah.
I
I
don't.
just think we got it. I mean, I think the point of putting those titles together was to lessen the number of titles.
Yeah,
So that means get rid of those titles. Like, yeah, I get
yeah.
it. You know what? Maybe Don Callis is carrying those titles to be a fucking dick.
I mean, he is one. So
If I because I mean he's
it
a dick, he's a heel. That's
yeah,
what he does. I hate this. I hate that those titles are still there. So maybe that's why he's doing it. Because
yeah,
someone like
maybe.
me out there hates that shit and hates him even more for it.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Don. It worked. But that's the only thing I can in my head put together and say, okay, that makes sense as to why they still have these belts out there because we all want less titles. And Don Callis is like, no, no, I'm gonna make you mad about it all over again.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. So cool. Good job, Don. You worked me into a fervor again.
Yeah.
Um, now I don't believe we have any more backstage segments before our main
Nope.
event. Okay,
Nope.
so
Main event time.
main event time. So we got the Death Riders who why? They just got their asses beat on Sunday. Why are they even here? Go away. Versus Adam
Well,
Page, Mark Briscoe, and Powerhouse Hobbs.
we've reached the crescendo of that, but now we're in the final act of the show. You have to show the dissolution of them. Just because they got beat one time doesn't mean, oh, everything's all for naught. We might as well not
They
hang
were
out
they
with
were
each other.
shut out for all the titles they were trying for. That
Yeah.
should be a death knell for them.
No,
And the
it's
guy who
still
they and Jesus who they killed got resurrected.
it's
And
still blood and guts season.
true. But who? But I would say Don Callis' family would be in Blood and Guts more than Death Riders.
I mean, they could have an all Don Callis blood and guts match without many members they have.
They probably could.
It would have no heat because everybody's a
No
heel,
heat.
but you could
Yeah.
do it. You could
Everybody
do it.
just cheering because everybody's getting beat up, like,
Yeah.
yay, beat each other's
Uh,
ass.
but no, I mean, I think, it was it, you have to show them breaking apart. TK doesn't just memory hole major angle. If it's not working, he'll sweep something under the rug that's minor, but the major ones he doesn't just get rid of. He usually tries to give a reason.
Yeah.
So he's gonna give us a reason. Whether we'll like it or not is, I mean, we won't know until we see it. But one thing I will say is that in this match, Mox was definitely wrestling much different than we're accustomed to seeing. He
Yeah.
was absolutely, and I commend him for it. He was he was scared of Hangman. Every single time he got in the ring, it was like a one and done. He hit him in the gut and then he tagged out. He
Hmm.
There were times where he just played straight up refused to get up off the arena floor onto the apron to tag. There were times where when he would be in the ring with Hanger, it was only if he was guaranteed the advantage going in. It was all underhanded stuff. Anytime that the baby faces looked like they were making a comeback, he powdered. Like he's shook.
Yeah.
He is shook. And I think that that's going to play a part. Like Claudio, especially. Wheeler might stick with the guy, but I think Claudio is the way that he's been characterized is like going to eventually be like, who is this guy? This is not the guy I followed. This is not the guy I would march into hell for. It's like, this sucks. I'm out of here. I think that's eventually part of the story that's going to happen. Is Mox is going to continue to show fear and what he would consider weakness and prove himself to be a hypocrite to Claudio. And Claudio is just going to have enough. He's probably not going to do anything physical, but he's just going to kind of walk away shaking his head.
Yeah. Um, Darby Allen appears on
Yep.
the balcony here. Look,
He
like,
is fully turned into Sting at this
why are we
point.
doing the Sting thing? Nothing drove him up there. He does not have a Brothers in Paint betrayal
Look,
or any of that to have driven him up there into those rafters. Why is he up there?
look. We all know that Darby Allen likes heights. He just he just got addicted to that Everest thing, man, and now
Ugh.
he just reaches for the highest spot he can, and eventually he'll jump off of it. So,
Oh God.
I mean, to me, it made perfect sense. It's like, okay, he got a taste of that thin air and he liked it. Like,
Such a perfectly built and beautiful balcony. It'd be a shame if I
climbed it.
jumped off it.
But yeah, he
Oh.
causes the distraction that allowed for Hangman to uh he picks up the win on Claudio. I was it he misses the buckshot but manages to
What rolled him up? Yeah.
roll him up with a jackknife, I think it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um
Because the first time he tried a buckshot, Moxley bit him.
yeah, yeah.
Moxley
He's
just
like,
like grabbed
no,
him, bit him.
no. Tasty cowboy arm. Uh but yeah, the other thing that I thought that was noticeable about this match was there was one chaotic point towards the end where the way that the camera was set up, people were getting hit with a whole bunch of stuff, and then Yuta gets the froggy bow from Briscoe, but you don't see Briscoe in the shot. or the top turnbuckle. So he just kind of drops in from top center of the shot, and
Yeah.
it looked like he just dropped straight from heaven right on
Yeah.
top of Wheeler Yuta. Like it was God delivering an elbow right onto Wheeler, because screw Wheeler Yuta.
Jay standing on the top turnbuckle, conjuring his brother into a froggy bow. You know, like,
Yeah, yeah. And then after the match, that's when Darby Allin shows up. I think it was actually after, right?
yeah, yeah. I think during
And
the after match fracas.
yeah, the Death Riders were gonna uh take care of Hangman, and then Darby shows up, and it looks like Mox has seen a ghost, and then that's when he falls prey to an actual uh buckshot lariat that hits
Mm-hmm.
and lays him out, and that's when the show goes off.
Yeah.
It was
Overall, pretty good, man.
yeah,
I was good. But you're coming off all in. It's hard
yeah,
to keep that
yeah.
feeling in these
I
shows.
think next week
You know,
it'll be easier to
yeah. The more we separate from
judge it
all in and
in a
move into
vacuum.
Forbidden Door, it'll be easier to
Yeah, much
judge it
easier
on
to
its
judge it in a
own.
vacuum. Yeah,
Yeah, judge it on its own merits instead of the feeling that still exists in me even today. Like
yeah,
even now I'm going into Wednesday going, am I gonna still feel
yeah,
some type of way about All In going into this week's show? Like, because it's like it's one of those things where like, man, did like I love professional wrestling. Let's not get me wrong here, but like it's one of those things like, did I just see like it's like going to see like your favorite comedian and being like, did they just say something so funny that I might never laugh again? Like, did AEW put on such a good show that I'm about to become one of those assholes? It's like, this is not good for everything now. Like,
yeah,
this is no longer good because it's not as good as All In was. You know, like, am I
yeah.
about to become that guy because it was really it really was that good? Like, it just, how do I, like, how do I cope with lower
Just
level wrestling shows? You know, like,
the bar has been raised,
the bar has
and
been
it is a
raised.
problem.
Yeah, it is creating a bit of a problem because like, and I think it's okay. So like, it's
We're
like,
getting spoiled, is what it comes down to.
yeah, it is, but it's like when Hogan betrayed Macho Man and created the NWO, like it that raised the bar, and then that whole era, like with the reality grungy, attitude era type shit in WCW and NWO, raised the bar for wrestling, and since then I haven't really had my bar raised again. It's been lowered a bunch. Oh
Yeah,
fuck, has it been lowered a bunch, and especially in like
yeah.
the early aughts. Um, but like it hasn't been raised in a long time. And not only did that show raise the bar, it raised it really high. Like it took it from being a mid-range bar, like wrestling is what you expect of it and what you get out of it, and it had been a long time since I'd gotten something so pure emotionally.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
how many how many times I've cried because someone's theme music played? Fucking
I bet it's
zero until last
yeah.
Saturday. Like
Yeah. It
zero.
was really
Like
it was it was really well done, very emotionally evocative,
yeah. So
and
like it's
it
it's
was the
hard to judge
best.
these shows
It was the
in
best.
a vacuum when that's the specter they loom under at the
Yeah,
moment.
yeah,
It'll get better the farther we get from it, and as we get further into, as I start getting hyped for what's going to happen at Forbidden Door, because it's still I have no fucking idea what's going to happen at Forbidden Door. I don't think anybody does. Even after Collision, we're probably going to say the same thing. Like I still don't know what's going on at Forbidden Door,
yeah.
um, because I didn't
We're
see any
still
like
kind of in the afterglow here.
yeah, we didn't get any of those typical things that we do get usually after All In, like heading into All Out or Forbidden Door, where like Japanese stars start showing
Yeah.
up
In
or
fact,
CMLL people.
we got more of an idea what's going to happen on the next Ring of Honor pay-per-view than we
Yeah,
do the
yeah,
next
because I know at
AEW
the next Ring of
pay-per-view.
Honor pay per view, I'm getting Bandito versus Hechicero, and that's good enough
Yeah.
for me to buy it. So, like,
Yeah.
but so, yeah. Dynamite was really good. Let's get into Collision. Just because,
Yeah,
I mean, we've harped a lot on like how we can't really judge this in a vacuum, and I'm sure people are tired of hearing us say it. So let's
yeah.
talk about some more stuff that happened this week that we actually enjoyed. Um, we kick off our Collision this week with our we're in the same venue. It may have been taped the same night or the next
It
night.
wasn't. It was taped prior, but it was taped the next night.
Oh, okay. So they did another 2 night spot, but this is a pre-tape,
Yeah,
which kind of I helped, I thought, because there was a lot less missed camera spots and stuff like that.
yeah.
Like the Mark Briscoe thing we just talked about.
A little more
Um,
posts went
yeah,
into
a
that.
little more
Yeah,
post editing, a little more like, oh hey, this is the best angle for that instead of this one. But we kick off with the aforementioned Dustin Rhodes, first time on camera and microphone as the TNT champion since All In. Um, of course, he has to make me cry immediately by
yeah.
saying he wishes his dad was here with him. Because
I thought this was a really good promo too.
damn it, Dustin, if I don't wish Dusty was here every day of my fucking life because of the state of wrestling in general, just like wrestling needs a Dusty, and we don't have one right now. Please stick around for us when you're done and be your dad. Um,
Put on the
there's
pouch
a
too.
constant threat of a boot in the ass that does not exist in the wrestling business right now that Dusty provided us.
Yeah,
Because it was like, if you fuck up bad enough that Dusty heard about it, he's going to come down to your little indie fed and he's going to put a boot in your ass. And that was like like him and Terry, and that was the constant
yeah,
threat. And now, God rest them both, they're no longer with us. So,
yeah.
Dustin, you are next up, dog. You're the candidate, man. You're the only guy who was taught directly by both of those guys how to put a boot in someone's ass. So it's got to be you, bro. So yeah, he immediately invokes his dad, and of course, I'm immediately like, oh, because I'm a Texas guy who loves Dusty Rhodes.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
uh, Goes through the origin of Keep Stepping and where that came from and all that, and basically that what we've from there, kind of what we've come to expect from a Dustin Rhodes promo, although just a little bit more meaningful because the man's a triple champ. Let's not forget that
Yeah.
that those three belts that he's carrying are not a set of tag team belts. That's three separate belts
Yep.
that Tony Khan has entrusted this man with.
Yeah.
Um, Rightfully so, I would say. I mean, that's your most experienced guy on your roster. I mean, I will confidently and happily and F everybody in the mouth if you have a different opinion than me, say that Dustin Rhodes is a far better wrestler than Jeff Jarrett.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
100% he is.
that is your most experienced and most talented veteran on your roster right there. And does he deserve all three of those title belts? Fuck yeah, he does. And I'm a Texas boy, so there might be a little bias in that, but
Grant.
if you got a problem with that, come on, Blue Sky, and tell me your wrong opinion.
Yep.
Um,
You are
Basically.
entitled to your
Uh,
incorrect opinion.
so fucking fantastic beginning. Then we had like a little
He
spot.
did he did hint going back to what we said earlier. He did hint at the end of this promo by saying he was going to be a fighting champ. He wanted to be a fighting champion, that we could be seeing those open challenges too. So
Yeah, yeah. So we
that
could
makes
be
me
seeing
happy.
those. Um, Fletcher comes out. So here we got our answer. We're definitely going to get Fletcher and Rhodes
Yeah.
going into this. And here is where, exactly like we were saying earlier, Fletcher is just like this petulant little
Yeah.
shithead that's
He
so
is
mean to
hot over
everyone.
this. He is
Yes.
hot over
Yeah,
this.
he's pissed that Dustin Rhodes interjected himself and won the match, and that it wasn't him that got pinned. He has every right to be mad because it was his title shot, and he isn't even the person that got pinned for him to lose the opportunity at the title.
Yeah, he has an
So
actual grievance here.
yeah,
Like
he does
it's
have a
one of
legit
those.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's rare that a heel has a legitimate grievance. Like it's usually like, okay, this is what happened, but I'm gonna blow it out of proportion and make
Yeah.
a heel angle out. No. In this case, Kyle
Yeah.
Fletcher does actually have a legitimate grievance against Tony Khan and against Dustin Rhodes for not being the TNT champion right now.
Well, his his here's the thing. His He's blaming Dustin, who I get he's the champion without ever having initially being in the original match.
Yeah.
But it wasn't his decision to be put in the match. He just took
Right.
advantage of the
If it
situation.
was his choice, he probably
His
wouldn't have been in it.
grievance, This is what makes it a heel. He's taking it out on Dustin as opposed to taking it up with Tony,
Yeah.
who his grievance is actually.
Yeah.
But
Because
he's
Dustin probably wouldn't have taken this match if it was his choice.
yeah,
Um, this was they were not lying. His third match in 24 hours. He
yeah.
was on the pre-show
And his
already.
second match in about 2 hours.
Yeah, yeah. He like I said, he was on the pre-show like 2 hours before that. Not even. I think it was like an hour and a half after it. Like because he was
Yeah,
in the last match on the pre-show,
yeah.
and then it
With
was like the
Sammy.
yeah, and then it was like the
Yeah,
third match on the card.
yeah,
So I mean, there was only like an hour or hour and a half in between the matches, and then the night before they defended the tag titles in what was arguably a banger ass tag match.
yeah,
And yeah, I mean, Dustin, there is no way he wasn't at least a little bit beat up walking into that. But if he's a
yeah,
typical pro wrestler, he's only operating at like 40 to 50% in any given time anyway. So
yeah.
um,
That's still
that's the
better than
reality of
most
it, folks. For
professional
those of you who
wrestlers.
don't know, like they work hurt constantly. If you don't think your favorite wrestler's hurt right now, he is, I promise.
Yeah.
She is, I promise.
I
Tony Storm
guarantee
will
you.
go away eventually to lick her wounds and heal up because she'll have to.
Yeah. I think that's why
She's
she
going to
did
lose the
so
title because
little
she
rest.
has to, not
I think
because
that's why
we
she did
want
so
her.
little actual wrestling. Part of the reason, anyway, she did so
Yeah,
little actual wrestling leading up to All In, because part of it was what we discussed last week about how, and the week before about how Monet didn't have any friends for Tony to beat up. But part of it was also okay, use the time to heal up.
yeah.
You know,
Be it
I mean,
100%. Sparingly use your champion so that
yeah,
they don't get hurt before their next big match when you need them to drop the belt. Um,
yep,
you can ask me and Adam. We watched Nigel McGuinness drop the ROH World Title to Jerry Lynn and then met him afterwards. The man was
yeah. He
so
was
hurt that if he
so
remembers meeting me, I will be fucking surprised.
yeah.
Okay, he was
He
so
was
hurt that
so hurt.
he was
He
so
was
hurt
such pain.
that
Such a
if he was
trooper for
not
going to
on,
that after party.
yeah, he was a trooper for even coming. I didn't expect to see him. I told him how much I appreciated the match. He told me very softly, "Hey mate, it's great that you appreciate me. And like, thank you." That
Yeah,
was the extent of our conversation. His eyes were barely open. I'm surprised. I will be 100% surprised if he was not on an amount of painkillers that would fucking kill me.
yeah.
Okay, and
Because he
just
walked
to
into that
walk
match.
around and eat food, we had to
He
be on
walked
that.
into that match with, I believe, a torn triceps, right?
Uh,
And he wrestled for
and a torn
30
rotator
minutes.
cuff
Or
also.
was it rotator? But it
No, no,
was
no. It was like three or four different things though. Like his ankle was busted too, and he had like a torn shoulder
but he
and a
wrestled
torn
with
rotator
Jerry
cuff.
Lynn for 35 minutes or so.
Yeah, 35, 40 minutes, something like that. And a banger. It was good.
And
It
he
was really
sold,
good.
and they were focusing on the arm the entire time.
Yeah, he
I don't
sold that
care
arm the
how,
whole time.
the whole time. Like Jerry Lynn didn't let up. Like, now, granted, Jerry Lynn is notoriously safe as a worker,
Yeah,
but like you're still working the arm, like with torn rotator cuff, torn triceps, or whatever. The slightest bit of movement is going to hurt like crazy. So like even having a 2 minute match is going to would send most people into fits of tears.
true.
This man wrestled 35 minutes at an incredibly high level while his arm was practically falling off his shoulder. Like he's a warrior. I have
I am at
so much respect.
98% healthy right now and can take a bump and cannot wrestle a match at that level like that. I can't. I
Yeah.
can't. If I was as hurt as he was, I wouldn't even be doing this podcast right now. Like, what the fuck you mean wrestle? you
You're
know,
like,
like,
the
uh,
show was good. Uh.
yeah. So anyway, back to Dustin Rhodes, who absolutely is hurt, folks. Telling you, probably Fletcher too. Um, especially with the way he wrestles. Fletcher's definitely hurt a little bit. Um, but Fletcher goes on. He starts picking those lines, those little picking at the spot. We know Dustin Rhodes is about to hit him before he hits him. Like
Yeah,
we know this is where Kyle Fletcher because that's what Kyle Fletcher's good at. He's good at saying things that make you want to hit him in the face. And
yeah.
he said that he called the Rhodes family assholes. He said that Dustin was a third wheel in the asshole Rhodes family, or shithole Rhodes family, something like that. Definitely, there was a hole at the end of that.
Something like that.
Um,
Oh no, Callus did that. That wasn't Fletcher. That was Callis who did
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Because he was telling him how great he was, and then yeah,
Yeah,
because it was
he was
Cal's.
blowing him up.
He was telling him how
He was,
great he was, and then offered him a spot in the Callis family for when he loses his belt to Kyle.
yeah, it's
And
always going to be a
Dustin's not
space
going to
thing.
do that. Dustin's going to beat his ass. He's probably going to lose his TNT title, work out the rest of his ROH dates, and retire, hopefully. And that's not me saying I want him gone. That's just like, dude, you served your time. 5 decades
Yeah,
of this shit.
sure.
You know,
Yeah, 37 years wrestled in
yeah,
5 different decades.
5 different decades.
That's incredible
It is. So
by any
anyway,
standard.
after that's over, we got our what I guess was a short thing because I barely saw any of it. I don't know if I just like missed a lot of it or what, but like
There
the
was a commercial
conglomeration
break
kind
in
of
the middle
comes
of
back
it.
together.
Yeah,
Uh, with Mark Briscoe, Will Nightingale, and Tomohiro.
yeah,
Um, it's of course the typical conglomeration thing where everybody's just kind of being themselves, but it's like the best kind of melting pot of every kind of personality there is. Because Willow's just like chill vibes. Tomohiro is the silent, strong silent type because he doesn't really speak a lot of English, and Mark Briscoe is everybody's Luke Goblin personality all at once.
yeah, yeah.
Um, so,
Yes, yes, it's true.
typical what I come to love about conglomeration promos, really. But I'm also glad to see them kind of back in one place as the conglomeration together. I
Yeah,
like that. I like
I
that.
like how they've had added hologram, but he wasn't in this promo, but they've added hologram.
Well,
Um,
Orange Cassidy, as I understand, is legitimately injured
yeah.
and will
Oh
not be
yeah,
back for a while.
yeah. It
Um,
was Pack, was
I
it?
can't remember what it was, but he hurt himself
Yeah,
pretty
real
badly, as I
bad. Yeah.
understand. Yeah.
Like I
So
would be surprised if we saw him by the end of the year, honestly.
that's what they were saying. Like somebody was postulating based on the injury and like past injuries in the wrestling business and the time it took him to come back. Like he could be gone as long as like April or May of next year. So
Rough.
it could be a while before we see Orange Cassidy again. Which I mean, the longer he's gone, the bigger the pop will be when he comes back.
True.
So if he shows up like if we don't see him until Wembley, if there
Dude, that
wasn't
place is gonna
already
come
not a roof on
unglued.
Wembley, there fucking wouldn't be one afterwards.
Yeah. The place would come
Fuck
unglued.
yeah, it would. That shit would come apart brick by brick if we wait that long to see Orange Cassidy and he shows up there. Like
Yeah,
that's
no
gonna be
kidding.
what happens.
Um,
So yeah, conglomerating. Fucking love that shit
yep.
always. And then we had again kicking fucking things off with what is my match of the night. Like Tony Khan is the king of putting his best foot forward. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
just going to say that right now. He is the best booker at putting on the best first match. And he's so good at it that very often, like in this case, it is the best match of the night.
Yeah.
Period. I, if you don't agree, please come on Blue Sky and tell me your wrong opinion about how AR Fox and Ricochet wasn't the best match on Collision because it fucking was.
AR Fox continues to it's no secret I've been a fan of this guy for a long time. But it's still surprising considering how much of his career I've followed that he still manages to pull out some crazy stuff I've never seen before
He does it
every
so
single
often,
time
it's
I see
wild.
him. Like it's stuff I can't even describe.
Yeah, like springboard, springboard plancha
Yeah, like
pile
in
driver, springboard
imploding
plancha
by
pile
yeah,
driver. Like what,
yeah.
whatever the fuck that thing was that I
It
can't
was
name.
incredible.
Like
It,
fantastic. Like
he's
just
so good.
call it the Fox driver or something. You're welcome. You can have that name
Dude.
for free.
Yeah.
Um, to speak on AR Fox a little bit, like the very first time I caught ROH at 3 o'clock in the morning. The very first time I found like this is how I found ROH's existence. I was flipping through the channels at 3 o'clock in the morning when TV first had like when you first got the box and the remote that you could flip through the TV guide on the box.
Yeah.
I was flipping through the channels at 3 o'clock in the morning because my dad and mom, God bless them, gave me my own television and my own cable box in my room. God love them for that because that literally opened up wrestling to me. I could watch Raw and like my dad would flip back and forth between the first showing of Raw and Nitro.
Yeah.
That is not how you intake that shit. That's not how it goes. Okay. So I would just go to my room when I was a teenager in the Attitude Era, and I would just watch WWE Raw, and then when my parents went to bed, I would get back up and I would watch Nitro till like 3 o'clock in the morning, and
Yeah,
then go
because
to
they
bed
they played
because they
Nitro
replayed it.
right
Yeah,
afterward.
yeah. So that said, I had my cable box in my room with my TV. 3 o'clock in the morning one Saturday night, I'm flipping through channels trying to find something to watch, and I'm stoned as shit, and like 15-year-old, 16-year-old Aaron, maybe 17 or 18-year-old, like maybe closer to the army time, but stoned as shit, flipping through the channels like 3 o'clock in the morning. I see ROH. I don't know what the fuck it is, and it says Ring of Honor, and I'm like, what is that? And I think maybe it's like a fantasy show or something like that I'd never heard of before, and they're like professional wrestling. That's all it says, professional wrestling.
Magic
Okay,
words.
magic words, yeah, for me, fuck yeah. So I turned it on, and immediately, what I am seeing is I can't remember the other guy. It might have been um, Titus, but the first person I see is AR Fox, and he's already on the top rope when I flip to the channel.
Of
And he
course he is.
immediately does some ridiculous shit that I've never seen somebody do before in a wrestling ring. And I'm like, okay, I'm watching this again. What time is it? What day is it? What channel is this? Like, and
Yeah.
then it turned out to be one that at that time when they had like a weird broadcaster and it never came on at the same time.
Oh,
So it took me forever to find it again. But that was my intro to ROH was AR Fox doing some like immediately like I flipped it on and
yeah.
within 3 seconds of me flipping the channel, he's coming off the top rope and doing
The
something ridiculous to
dude's
somebody.
aged gracefully, but yeah, this you
He
got to
hasn't changed.
remember. This
He
is
doesn't
guy.
have baggy tights anymore. That's like a baggy like he had
Yeah.
tights on, but they were baggy because he was so skinny. That's the
Yeah.
only difference. He's still just as great and innovative and fucking awesome as he was back then. He just got cooler gear. Um,
Yeah. This is a guy who's younger than I am. He's 37, but he's been wrestling forever. Like
yeah,
forever, ever. So he's been wrestling since he was 20.
yeah, long
Like
time.
the dude is it's crazy. And he's so fun and so creative. And you can tell the crowds are really starting to get behind him now because they're kind of singing along with his song a little bit or chanting along, hey, on the downbeat of his song when he comes to the ring.
Oh yeah, they
It's
love him.
it's hard not to. Like it made me so upset when he couldn't make it to the first Wembley All In because he didn't have his passport thing all figured out. It's like, oh, dude, you
Yeah,
gotta do that. Like, the show is coming. He probably figured he wasn't going to be on the show because he wasn't being featured up until a
mm-hmm.
few months beforehand. And then getting a passport is notoriously a slow process, which is stupid, but it's the truth
Yeah.
in this country anyway.
Um,
And
yeah,
like and it really killed him for a long time. I think TK probably made the decision that he couldn't really trust the guy after that, and so he didn't put him on TV. He would put him on ROH, but he wouldn't put him
yeah,
on the main show. And then it seems like he's probably just paid his dues, done his time, so to speak. And now he's kind of picking up momentum organically. And I think that eventually you're going to have to start giving him wins. You don't have to give him a belt or anything at
yeah,
this stage, but I think he's due some wins.
yeah,
He can't just be the babyface jobber to the stars because he's too good and people like what he brings to the table too much. Like
yeah,
you have to reward that
mm,
and reward the fans for their investment for that matter.
yeah,
So eventually he's got to be getting some wins here. Like it wouldn't. I mean, get some guys together so that he can fight Ricochet and the Gates of Agony and have that be their first feud. And get him in a trio situation. Like, even if you like, I mean, probably the guys that he would most likely fit with are like Crew, but you'd have to turn them face. Maybe make him part of the conglomeration, actually. He'd fit in with those guys because they're all a bunch of weirdos. like who don't really have anything in common other than they're a bunch of weirdos. So like put them together with any two of those guys and have them chase the trios belts maybe. And give him something
Maybe.
to do where he can pick up a couple of wins here and there. Because
Yeah.
eventually you're gonna get diminishing returns on him, you know, impressing people but always losing.
Yeah.
You
Yeah. You
you
can only be
can't
so
have a
impressive if
guy
you never
like
win.
yeah, people never are gonna what there's a line that you cross, and once you've crossed that line, people don't believe in company getting behind you anymore. It's really, really difficult to change their minds on it. You know, that's why people like Ricochet. I think the WWE audience just kind of like, okay, well, he's going to be kind of like lower mid card, even though he's super impressive, and we're not gonna get too excited for him because we know he's not going to win,
Yeah.
and then change of scenery has shown that he's far more capable and talented than he was allowed to show in the other place. But in WWE, because of how he was booked, they had crossed that line of no return, and the fans did not take him seriously. And you're approaching that line with AR Fox probably faster than TK realizes. So
Yeah.
you gotta cash in on him sooner or later, or else you're gonna have squandered the momentum that he's building.
Yeah. Well, that said, squandering away, the Gates of Agony get involved in this match. Um, they distract the referee. Air Fox comes off the top and catches a spirit gun counter off the top, which was pretty cool. That
Yeah,
part was pretty cool.
yeah.
And then he got covered for the pin. Great match. This was definitely my match of the night. Followed pretty quickly by my least favorite moment of the night.
I didn't even realize that was Colt Cabana on commentary.
Neither did
Like I don't,
Katie, and I was like, "You've met him," but I guess if you didn't realize it either, then I can't tell her anything
I
about it
if
because
they if they announced him at the table at the beginning of the show, I completely missed
they
it.
did. They did say Colt Cabana was there
I it
at the
must have
beginning. Yes, I did hear
blown
that
over
part.
my
So,
head. That's on me then.
but
Like,
yeah, they John Moxley, comes out of nowhere, blasts Colt Cabana in the face with like a chain or something, and bloodies
yeah,
him
it
up.
was the chain that he got choked out with
Yeah,
though.
and then hangs him until he taps out from the top rope. And I, okay, look, man, like I get doing this, but like this is what I mean, like this is what we brought Colt Cabana out here for. like,
Yeah,
like,
it's kind of it was kind of weak storytelling because I'm sure that the live audience, it was explained kind of on commentary that Colt and Paige were friends or whatever.
mhm,
And I mean, yeah, you can go back and you can, harken back to the comments he made that started all of the dissolution of, Punk's relationship with AEW on, the idea that Punk's presence was directly responsible for Colt no longer being on TV as like the link between Paige and Cabana.
yeah,
But like it was just kind of mentioned quickly on commentary. I don't think the live crowd knew what was going on and why what was happening was happening.
yeah.
It's like, why Colt? Like, what did he do to anybody?
Yeah, why Colt? I
Like,
thought I was at home and I thought, why Colt? I was like, what?
yeah,
Like, why? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
yeah,
because my wife at first she thought they were beating up Nigel, and then she's like, wait a
yeah,
minute, I hear Nigel on commentary, and then I looked up and I was like, oh, that's fucking Colt
yeah.
Cabana. I was like, how'd
I
you not recognize him? You've met him, and she's like, yeah. I
well,
don't want to say what she said.
the the other thing that I didn't like about this was that it was a complete tonal shift from how Mox was presented in the main event of
Mhm.
Dynamite. Like all of a sudden
Yeah.
he's back to the old Mox.
Now, yeah, now he's back to being scary Mox suddenly. Like I thought that, like, yeah, that part bothers me a little bit. Like that's probably why I
I
didn't
was
like
like,
this segment at all.
yeah, like I felt like in a vacuum, the action itself, it was executed well. I don't feel like they explained why it was happening all that well.
Nope, not at all.
I
Because
felt
yeah,
like
I
it
had no
really,
idea
really felt
why
flat.
Colt Cabana was the one getting choked out. He hadn't been involved in this at all.
I
Like
mean, it
if they
probably,
even if it was if they had done something so heinous, even to like Tony Schiavone, I would
yeah,
understand storyline wise why they picked that person in particular. But
yeah,
like you just came and scooped Colt Cabana off the announce desk because like he's here guest announcing in his own hometown. Y'all scooped him
yeah,
off the desk and bloody him up in front of everybody, and he never even said a word about you one way or the other.
yeah,
Like he didn't even say anything about you, and he's never come out. Like even when they do like the clearing the locker room to fight the Death Riders, Colt Cabana was never present.
nope,
So like them picking him as the target is just doesn't make any sense to me at all. Except for
yeah,
that it's Chicago and he's a sympathetic figure.
yeah. Like, but it clearly wasn't about making Chicago angry. That's the thing.
No.
Like, if it
But
was
who else are
about,
you making angry with this shit? Like, I mean, I like watching Colt Cabana get choked out as much as the next guy.
I mean, I have nothing against Colt, but like, I mean, I thought the action itself was well executed. It looked good, but like, I, I I was confused as to why this was happening. Like, if
Yeah.
if Mox got on the mic and said, "Screw you, Chicago. I hate that I'm
Yeah.
here for 3 weeks and I'm gonna make it everybody's problem." Okay, it. I'm gonna need a little bit more than that, but at least it explains why you're taking out the
I mean,
Chicago
Mox is
guy.
going to get mega heat for it for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
after they leave Chicago, it's not going to matter anymore. So
right.
they should have put like I don't hate Colt Cabana, but I'm not out here like talking about how great he is or putting him in my top 10 or being emotionally available in a way that I would stand up and be like, "Hey, that's fucked up. You did that to Colt Cabana."
Yeah,
Now this has to happen to like,
somebody who's on TV all the time.
yeah, it has to. This has to be like like they needed like brain Shibata with a chair to get that reaction out of me,
Oh, we'll get there.
or something. I'm sure we will.
We'll
Um,
get there.
but like it needs to be somebody that like I like and that is on TV. Like even if they're not somebody that's on TV every week, at least be somebody that I'm like excited to watch wrestle and
Yeah.
does wrestle pretty often. Like Juice, maybe like if they had done this to Juice, I'd be pissed.
Although he does get his own angle later on in the
He
show.
does, and we'll
We'll
talk
get
about
there.
that. Um,
Um,
he still looks
but
weird without
yeah,
the beard, but we'll talk about that too.
but let's move on.
Yeah, so now we got a Chris Statlander promo, I think was next. Yeah, according to my
um,
notes, I thought it was next.
yeah, I think so.
So they pivot pretty much from Colt Cabana's bloody choked out face to Chris
Yeah,
Statlander. Chris Statlander, she's being interviewed by Lexi Nair. Um
she's like,
Basically
uh,
she's acting like people don't want her to beat up Willow or so. I don't know. Like this didn't make a lot of sense to me. I didn't
it. I mean, it
really.
kind of made sense to me, like the way Lexi phrased it. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, I see Chris's point here about how he phrased that, about how, you know, it seems like you still haven't let go of stuff with Willow. And it's like she's trying to, but she keeps on getting put against her. Like, what are you gonna do? These are matches that they have stakes. They have a winner's purse, even if it's not $100,000, it's still a winner's purse. Or a title shot on the line, or what you expect her not to touch her?
Mhm.
Like, why is Will like I love Willow Nightingale. I think she was my number 5 on my list, right? I
Yeah.
adore her, but why, in comparison to any other wrestler on the women's roster, why is she so special that she can't be harmed, that she can't be touched by Chris Statlander when they're in a match against each other? I get it. I
Yeah,
get
I get
Chris's
that too.
I get Chris's uh frustration with the way Lexi framed the question because it's an unfair framing.
Yeah. Now,
Like, Stat's got a point.
Yeah.
Like
Now
I want
Steph's
to see
making her
them make
point.
up badly. Don't get
Yeah.
me wrong. But if they're going to be in a match against each other, I want to see them fight.
Yeah. Now she gets interrupted by Yuta. I guess we're still doing this. Like we
Yeah.
completely ignored it all in, and now we're back to it.
Again, I'm going to go back to how we booked that women's gauntlet. I felt like we put a neat bow on this and addressed it, and it's far more interesting than this whatever we're getting.
Yeah, I'm not into it. So she's got to
But
bounce back.
I feel like Chris uh performed very well in this segment. Her mic work isn't necessarily her strongest suit, but I feel like she was very believable here. I feel like that this is an aspect of her
Yeah,
game that's getting better too. So I think she's improving
that's fair.
in every aspect. Like the longer they feature her, the better that anybody would get under those circumstances. Really, if you've got the talent, and she does. So, yeah, I thought that from a character standpoint, that she did really well selling this,
Yeah. Um.
even if nobody should listen to Wheeler Yuta under any circumstance.
No, no, not at
She
all.
should know
Not at
that.
all. But yeah, it's just I don't know. More like should have got off the pot with this shit already. Like we don't need anything like. I mean, let's. This is going to lead into like what Yuta is going to be doing after the Death Riders. Let's just can this. Like I don't care for this. I
Yeah,
like.
what I want is for Willow to see what's happening and say, "Hey, you know what? I didn't, you know, I didn't want to forgive you, but what I wanted less than that was to see you join up with this bunch of, you know, you know, anarchic douchebags
Yeah.
led by an absolute psychopath. Like you are better than this." And the fact that I have not forgiven you has led you down this path, and I feel responsible for that, and I'm sorry, and I want to make it up to you. That's the line. I
Yeah.
feel that is where we're going. I want the road to be shorter.
Yeah.
Like long term, I love long term storytelling, but like the little bits we've gotten have been too similar to this point.
Yeah.
It's like it's you're just kind of repeating. This was a little bit different, but you're just kind of repeating the same stuff over and over again. I need some advancement to be happy with this, and hopefully this was a turning point, and we'll see Stat kind of siding with Marina and with Wheeler and everything, and then Willow suddenly, or not suddenly, but slowly sees what's happening, and she becomes really horrified at what she's facilitated, and she finally goes out on a limb and fixes things
Yeah.
just in time for them to finally unveil those tag team belts. Because I am ready for them. I'm ready for them. Give them to me. We have a tag team division. It's right there under our noses. Everybody's pairing off and doing stuff. Just give it to us. Why are we waiting? We should have pulled a trigger on this by now. Are you waiting? The only thing I can think of is that they're waiting to put a bow on this and put Willow and Stat back together because they are the obvious top baby faces in that division.
Yeah.
Absolutely obvious top baby faces in the making. Whether or not they're the first or the second champions, it doesn't matter. But they're in the finals of the tournament, whenever they hold it, and either they're winning it outright or they're losing it by the skin of their teeth, getting a rematch, and then winning it like a month later. Like
Yeah.
otherwise, what are we doing?
Yeah. Otherwise, what do we do it? Yeah. Um. So we got past that segment to now we got Megan Bain versus Ty Mello. Everyone banned from ringside, which I like because every Megan Bain match so far has had some kind of Penelope interference, and
Yeah,
let's stop that. So, here we go. And um
and this was
uh
really competitive too.
no
This
Anna
was
Jay either. So yeah.
far more competitive than a Megan Bain singles match tends to be.
Yeah, it was really
Uh
competitive.
I
Seemed
thought
like there might
Ty
have been a
looked.
couple of receipts in there at certain
Anyway,
points.
I don't think Ty Mel is the one that you want to really mess with.
Nah,
She's
she's
a
got
which
legit
is a
background.
third. She's an Olympic level judoka. She's got a blue belt in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. You don't want to mess with her. Also,
No.
she seems like the personality that is kind of volatile. Like
Oh no, no,
I
no. She's
read,
a Latino woman. She is definitely,
yeah. You don't
definitely
mess with those
volatile.
Brazilians.
No,
You don't mess
no.
with those Brazilians.
No
She,
one
I
from
think,
south of the
mm.
Rio Grande River that is female is to be trafficked with. Okay. Period.
she's. I mean, I love Time. I really do. So I was really happy that she looked so strong in this match. But she did she was looking at the lights at the end of it.
Yeah.
So um it was the running Lager bomb that did her in. I guess we're just not doing Fate's Descent anymore at all.
Again, kind of
Uh
dangerous
but
move for people who are a little bit green. So I can see why they might have
yeah,
stopped doing that.
nobody really takes the even in WWE when Lesnar does it, nobody really takes the move the way that they should. Like it's a flat front bump, flat face
Yeah.
bump,
It's
like
hard. A flat face bump is difficult. I mean, especially if you're looking,
yeah.
if you're watching that mat come up
If
in
you're
your
being
face, you
spun
don't want
in
to
the
just take
air,
a fucking face bump, like
yeah, you're being
gotta
spun
do
in
it.
the air into one.
Yeah.
Like it's different if it's a gourd buster.
Yeah.
You're being guided the entire way down. You
Yeah.
know, when you're just being like thrown and spun in the air, and like gravity and physics just kind of take over at that point.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, like maybe it's better to do something that you can kind of control a little bit better. Winds up looking a little bit better as a result. But yeah, this is really competitive back and forth stuff. This is the best that Ty's looked since I think she's got her groove back since coming back off the maternity shelf, so to speak. And yeah, this was good. I felt like it benefited both women. I thought both of them came out a little tiny bit better than they went looking in, and that's the best you can ask for in
Yeah.
a non-title affair, really.
Yeah. um, After that, we've got Skyflight and the Don Callis family meeting each other for the first time, or well, Don Callis meeting Skyflight for the first time, I guess.
It's like these
Uh,
guys were just put together, and you're already trying to recruit them.
yeah, he's already trying to recruit them, and are we already going to squash them with the Don Callis family? Like,
Oh
really?
my,
Because I
I
hope
mean,
not.
oh, hey,
Seems like a lot
there's
of
a
effort
there's
to
a
get
tell.
embarrassed.
There's a tell here. Is Rocky Romero in the match? If he's
Don't
in the
know
match,
yet.
he's taking the pin.
We'll see. We'll see where we're at when they actually
That
do finally have the
that's the
match.
tell. I love Rocky and everything that he's done for pro wrestling, but that guy
Yeah.
does not win.
But that's basically all that it is. Skyflight's looking for a challenge. Don Callis interrupts, tries to recruit them. Christopher Daniels is like, F off. We'll challenge you. And, Callis is very dismissive of them and, kind of leaves. Um,
Well, he's dismissive of Christopher Daniels, but he's very
yeah.
complimentary of Scorpio Sky.
Yeah. Well, isn't that how he works?
Yeah, it is. It
It
is.
is.
There is a
So,
pattern.
so yeah. So that was pretty much the whole thing. It wasn't very long. Um, Then we had what I think is Alex Windsor's Collision debut
Yes.
versus Taya Valkyrie.
Uh, is Taya not like I get why she's with her husband and with MXM Collection, and I am not complaining about that because that's a natural pairing. But is the vendetta no longer a thing now?
I don't
Did
think
we
it's a
just
thing anymore, but I would
did we just like
also,
time hole that?
yeah, maybe we did, but I also just really didn't care for it that much, not in that
Well,
iteration.
they kept
Taya,
starting and stopping on it. Like they
yeah,
it looked like they were going somewhere,
Taya's
and then
not, I'll just put it this way: Taya is not subtle enough to play a gangster, not that kind of gangster.
she's about as subtle as she needs to be to play a gangster's wife.
Yeah, but she's
that's
not
that's
subtle.
probably her
But like
role.
in the Vendetta, they were
Yeah,
gangsters, and the type
yeah,
of gangster that Deanna Parazzo is
yeah,
a very subtle Italian gangster,
yeah.
and Taya Valkyrie is everything but subtle.
And I love that about her.
I mean,
For the record,
for her it
I,
works, but for
I,
a mobster
yeah,
character, it doesn't
she's
work.
La Güera Loca. Like
Yeah, we need to
she's a
lean
crazy
more
white
into
girl.
that. We need to
Yeah,
lean more into that.
and
But
she
yeah,
does
she did her personality and her character does not work for Italian mobster. Tony, I know you've met some Italian mobsters in your life. You kind of have had to at some point.
most likely.
Um,
You live in
Especially at
Chicago and your dad's a billionaire.
yeah,
It
at your
probably
echelon
happened.
of society, you've met a mobster whether you know it or not. And you should know that they're more subtle than this. Um, that's just all. So maybe Deanna comes back. Maybe it's a maybe there's going to be a more subtle thing. It looks um Deeb also kind of disappeared from like the
Yeah,
Aminata thing that was going on.
yeah.
So like maybe we're bringing them back. I mean, just
I think
gather up
Deeb.
gather up
I
the really
think
good
Deeb.
techers who are really serious in the
Yeah,
women's division and put them together. Deeb,
that's an idea.
Diana,
Like
who else
that
can we
goes
add to
very
that?
well with like the vendetta idea too,
Yeah.
because technical submission wrestling is all about inflicting pain, and that is not justice. That is revenge, which
Yeah.
is vendetta.
Yeah.
That I
So
like. I like that. Give
yeah.
God, put Diana on TV,
Make them more
please. I
serious,
miss Diana Perrazzo.
like reintroduce the vendetta as a more serious thing, a more
Yes,
subdued thing, a more subtle thing,
more complete thing.
more complete thing. Also, yes, I'm not just kind of throwing these two together. I mean, like y'all do
Yeah,
what you do. That's not how it works.
yeah.
Um, but on to the match. Looked pretty good.
It was okay.
It was okay for what it was. Alex Windsor looks good. We'll see how
I will
Mrs.
say this
Osprey
for
does in
Alex
AEW.
Windsor. She wasn't like this was mostly a kind of back and forth enhancement match, for the most part. It wasn't anything spectacular, but what I will say is that Alex Windsor did impress me in one major way that scored major points with me as a huge Bret Hart mark. She has the best sharpshooter I have seen in years. That looks like how Brett applied it with the hand underneath to stabilize it, the cross legs all the way up to her hip. Like it was perfect, absolutely perfectly executed. That's what a sharpshooter should look like properly.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy that that's her finish apparently, because we'll be getting to see more of that. I'm liking that. But she was interrupted when this ended by Athena, who
Athena.
was in
Yeah.
Tony Storm's balcony, shooting off at the mouth, telling Windsor to get her ass to the back because I already beat you in Australia. Um, and she went on to kind of like make fun of Tony and why people like her, her poses and her sexual innuendo and all that stuff. It's like, yeah, that is why we like her. That's a lot of the reason why we like her anyway. And then Tony comes out of the back with a microphone. She looks ready to wrestle, but also ready for a photo shoot with a long flowing like robe kind of deal that she's got going on. And she's like, I'm the only balcony bitch in this business, which popped me huge. I thought that was funny. Um, and then as you alluded to earlier, eventually they have a battle back and forth, and then eventually she's like, "Well, you're not gonna come down here. I'm gonna come up to you and sign your shoe with sign what is it?
Shine my
Sign
shoe with
my
your sphincter.
yeah, or the other way around, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah. Also she did make mention notably that if Billy starts beat her this coming Wednesday, she'll give Billy a title shot. And
Yeah. So that's
Athena
a
was
championship
very
eliminator match now.
yeah. And
But she also said
Athena was
if she said when
Athena was
Billy hits puberty, she'll be a great wrestler.
yeah. Oh,
Which
so
that's the one
good.
that got me, man. I was like,
Yeah.
oh man.
She'll be an excellent wrestler.
Like poor Billy's probably just sitting in the back like this.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Uh, uh but yeah, like I feel like this was well done. She chased her up, she up to the balcony, but by that point, Athena had vacated those
Mhm.
premises, and it gave her a chance to pose on the balcony again.
Yeah.
Uh, I thought it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, these
Um,
two are building chemistry with one another. They're very different personalities. But I think it's going to work really well because, especially since given her last two programs were with somebody who didn't talk and somebody who talks but not as well as we would like her to talk, Athena on the mic can go.
Yeah.
So like, you know, the battle of words is going to be a lot more entertaining in the lead up to this match, and I'm ready for that. Definitely.
Yeah. Next up, we had Anthony Bowens and Billy Gunn backstage with Lexi Nair, trying as usual for the last like 3 or 4 weeks to get on the same page. It looks like Billy Gunn's got a match for Anthony Bowens. It's going to get his career back on track. So we'll see how this
Didn't
goes
say
on.
who against.
Yeah, I didn't say against too. So I'm not sure if this is going to be on Collision or Dynamite. But they didn't say when either. So I guess we'll
Yeah,
just see
it just said
when that
next
comes
week,
up.
so I assume on Collision, but
Yeah, still on Collision because yeah, he did say next week, but you never know. Next week could be Dynamite.
could be. And then your favorite stipulation, $200,000 bounty
Another see two
for
nights in a row, man.
yeah, four-way
Um,
match. At least this one had tag teams though,
yeah.
differentiated that way.
We're back to
And
giving the guns their cool ass entrance, which I enjoy.
oh my gosh, their entrance is the best thing about them. It's
Yeah,
so rad.
but
Like it's
Juice Robinson still looks weird without a beard. I
yeah.
just
Who was it? I saw somebody on Blue Sky describe it as, for all you fans of Community out there, he looks like Starburns without the Starburns. So I that popped me, and that was just online. That was online text. So it's kind of true too.
yeah, it is a little bit.
Uh he's just he's just lucky that Tony likes him. Uh but yeah, this was I mean it was fun. It was pretty obvious that the Gates of Agony were going to win because they're the only tag team in this match kind of getting a push right now, being paired with
Yeah.
Ricochet, and you kind of have to establish that.
I
Uh,
mean, Big Bill always has a case to win, so he could have. I thought that
yeah,
maybe they
Dark
could have
Horse
win
though.
this one. Yeah.
Dark Horse though. I did like the um little tiny detail there. They didn't announce Brian Keith as the Bad Apple because of the cash bonus for the winner. They had him come out as the bounty
The
hunter,
bounty hunter. Yeah.
which that attention to detail, I really enjoyed that kind of stuff. So at
Yeah.
the very least, even if the stipulation is kind of lame in your eyes, at least they played with it a little bit as far as Brian Keith was concerned. And also, Gates of Agony makes sense winning the match because you will assume that Ricochet is probably going to take a fee after accusing AR. Who was it? AR Fox, I think, of which is why they had that match of stealing the last bonus that he went for.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So he'll be like, he's probably going to take a finder's fee from Gates of Agony off of this.
Probably. If
He'll
they let
probably,
him though, that's a problem. Like, don't y'all let him take money. No,
they
beat him up.
seem to be all in on this.
Yeah, I
We're
think
gonna
so too.
follow Ricochet
They're
around
obviously not gonna
like
be
mean
like
puppy dogs.
hey, like
So
turn on your master.
yeah,
It's
but
gonna
yeah,
be
I mean
great when
this
they
is
finally do destroy him because that's gonna happen
yeah, this
eventually.
was
But they're gonna
fun.
push him.
I do want to say that it looked like Colton did injure himself legitimately in the
He did.
match.
He did injure himself
Uh,
legitimately.
that
That's what I hear.
sucks.
Yes.
Uh, well wishes to Colton Gunn
Yeah,
because
that sucks, man. Like they
he
just got back on TV.
just
It's their
came
first
back.
match since February.
Yeah, my
And
God, like that
yeah,
just
dude.
sucks so
Fucking
much.
and I think it's Colton. I think that's the one that was hurt before, right? Like didn't he the one that
I
just
don't
came back on
remember who
TV
was
in
here
the first
before,
place?
honestly.
Yeah,
I
so
don't
like
remember.
either way, sucks to be that like we just got Juice. Like I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Switchblade will be back in like a couple of weeks.
Yeah, broken
Like
hand should be healed by now,
yeah,
right?
we're
So,
like on the verge of having the gun club back, and now Colton's gone again.
yeah.
Hopefully, Austin will get to stick around this time and you know be part of the show.
Yeah.
Like
What did Colton injure?
I don't remember what they said it was, but I do
Because
know
if
that
it's
it was
something
like a
he can
legit injury.
travel with, he can still like be goofy in the background or
Yeah, of
something
course he
like
can.
that.
So I don't know. We'll
I mean,
figure out.
that worked wonders for Britt Baker.
Yeah.
Did wonders for her career. She was willing to go on the road with her injury and completely made over her character to the point where she was at that time the most over woman on the roster. So there's an opportunity for Colt. I mean, and Anthony Bowens, same deal. the scissoring thing got over because that was like the only thing he could do because he was injured, but they were
Yeah,
still doing the Acclaim bit, and he was, and that was right when they added Billy Gunn to the act, and so he would say "Scissor me, daddy ass," and that was his role, and it got over. So there is an opportunity here, depending on how serious the injury is, and if it'll allow him to travel.
right.
I would, if I was him, if it's a minor injury and you can go on the road, I would urge him to take as much advantage of that as possible to flesh out his character and work on his mic skills in the time that you're going to be allotted on TV, maximizing your minutes because it has been proven in AEW that if you do that, you will reap benefits. So
Yeah.
I would, if I was Colton Gunn, depending on the severity of the injury, and I don't mean to downplay it if it's serious, but if it is something he can travel with, I would travel with it. I would, make those dates and see what you can do without having to wrestle because it could be a really big opportunity. Speaking of Anthony Bowens' former thing, Max Caster is here.
Oh
Um,
man, this part
and
this was funny.
another the chant is so over that he has to pretend that they're doing it wrong.
Yeah, like he doesn't know. I don't think he had. I don't think he had it in his mind what he was gonna do yet. If when once it got
Yeah,
over, and
yeah,
I think maybe he even thought that like he had constructed something so unwieldy and ridiculous that
yeah.
it wasn't gonna get over. But
It clearly
you
was designed
underestimate
that way.
wrestling fans' ridiculousness
It
for
was clearly designed
yeah, it was
that
clearly
way.
designed not to get over. But
But
wrestling
we're,
fans.
yeah, we're
So of
gonna have
course it
fun.
is.
We're gonna have fun.
Yeah, despite you.
Yeah.
Even if you
Yep.
don't want us to have fun with something, we're going to have fun with. Even if the point of the character is not to have fun with it, we're gonna have some fun with it.
Yeah.
So that's just what it
I
is.
mean, he's just lucky this isn't in Europe. When they
Oh
make their
god,
own fun, they make their own fun.
yeah.
So,
So he comes out, he does the chant. He has to pretend it's not over and
yeah.
that they're doing it wrong and all that.
And he takes a
Um,
shot at Angel Reese.
yeah, lots of shots at.
Um,
Didn't he always take a shot at somebody?
I
Um,
mean, he has to get his heat back
yeah,
because the chant is over
yeah, because yeah, okay, yeah, there you go.
now.
So then he's like, who's gonna last the 5 minutes? And of course, it's Kyle O'Reilly, and he comes out with Roddy Strong, and of course, so Caster just powders. He tries to get away from it.
Yep.
He
He
basically is
tries
like
to, yeah.
begging Kyle to stop
He
and
tries
not
to pull a
chase
Larry.
him.
He tries to pull a Larry Zabisco by just powdering from the ring and trying to wait out the 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. So he's pulling a
But
living
Kyle
legend.
chases him.
Kyle chases him. He gets tripped up not by Roddy, but by the mere sight of Roddy.
Yeah,
Roddy did not actually trip him. He
no,
saw Roddy and tripped.
yeah, like he's just hanging back there on the barricade, hanging out with the fans. Is like, oh, I didn't do anything. It's funny,
But this
but
sight of Roddy puts Caster on his face. That allows Kyle O'Reilly to catch him. And of course, he, you know, catches him, puts him in the ring, twists him around for a little bit, effortless armbar, and it's over.
yeah,
Like it's just that quick.
yeah, it was like 2.5 minutes all told, something like that.
I'm still wondering how much longer this is going to have to go, like for Max Caster to have paid his penance. Um, and he actually gets to be part of a regular program again because this, like, I don't, this is fun and all, but it will eventually
I love Kyle
outrun
O'Reilly,
it.
but if
Yeah,
we're
like,
in this open challenge deep enough that you're getting into the mid card guys, like the
mm-hmm.
lower mid card guys, it's like
Yeah,
okay, we got to put a cap on this at some point.
yeah, yeah.
It's starting to run its course
Because
for
once
me.
he starts getting beat up by like members of the Dark Order and shit, like
Yeah,
like we're done. Okay, guys, like stop.
yeah.
Um, then we go back for a Juice Robinson uh promo. He's fuming over the 4-way outcome. He's got a target. He wants to go after Ricochet, but then Big Bill shows up, gets in his face. They're yelling at each other about sticking their nose in each other's business, and they start
Ricochet or
brawling.
Juice charges him and
Yeah,
pushes
which is
Bill,
crazy to me that Juice charged him.
and he pushes the row of lockers with Bill's body. Like,
Yeah. Like they
like,
move
holy
hard. Like,
cow, they hit him
yeah.
hard.
And then somehow Big Bill got detained by two referees. Go
I don't know.
figure.
Maybe they were grabbing him by the nuts. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. We couldn't see that angle, so maybe we don't know. But yeah, so they got separated, but I guess we're gonna get Big Bill and Juice, which I'm okay with that.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Fine by me.
The only question I have at that point is what are we gonna do with Brian Keith? Um,
He's gonna have him on the outside.
well, I mean, I assume so, but just I don't know. Like just having
I
Brian
mean,
Keith be
maybe it'll be a
somebody.
tag match. It'll be Juice and Austin
Yeah, I mean that
versus
would work.
Big
Yeah,
Bill and
now that
Brian
there's only
Keith.
two of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um, After that we got Roosh and Shibata,
I was
which
looking forward to this match so much once it was announced.
I wanted to see this match, but like the inconsistency of the way that they book Roosh kind of irritates me a little bit. Like you either need to have him on and feature him because he's a good wrestler, or you need to go ahead and just let him out of his contract because he's a dickhead. I don't care which one it is. He's both of those things, and you're
He
going to
is
have to
both of
cope
those
with it.
things.
Like, yes, he's a dickhead. Whatever. He's fantastic in the ring.
He really is. As long as you
Um,
put him with somebody who isn't, who
Somebody
can
who won't put up
take
with
the
his shit.
hits.
It has to be
Yeah,
somebody who can take a beating
much like
and not put up with his
Shibata.
shit, or give it back to him like
Yeah.
Shibata could.
Oh,
Shibata fucking house him if it came down to it. So
dude, dude, this match was hard
it was fucking
hitting.
hard. Yeah,
There
this
were a
was
lot more
strong
chops
style.
than I expected, actually.
Yeah,
I expected some chops. I didn't expect this many chops.
this was
And they
definite
were
strong style, man. Like,
laying in.
yeah.
Jeez Louise.
Like I'm pretty sure they gauged each other out the first few chops. We're like, okay, that's how we're gonna play. Let's play hard,
Yeah.
and that's just what it is. But like, you got like, I just my excitement for this match and my enjoyment of it was tampered a little bit by the fact that like I know that I'm gonna that there's gonna be this awesome match, and next week we're probably not gonna see Rouge.
Yeah. Yeah. Like there's no momentum with him. There's
Yeah,
no
even if he gets
consistency.
any, they kill it immediately because he's not there the next week.
Yeah.
And I
I
don't know if
mean,
that's because he's got
maybe
other
this will
bookings, but
hopefully this will change
I hope so too.
because of what happened after the match. The match ends when after just like 10 minutes of 10 15 minutes of just beating the hell out of each other. I think Roosh actually accidentally rings Shibata's bell. The way that he was looking, because he tried to put him in the one corner and then he realized it wasn't the corner that was the hard cam side, so he tried to take him to the other corner. And Shibata looked visibly shaken. It didn't look like he was selling. It looked like he was like he had his bell rung. But
Yeah,
he gave him the horns anyway. And it was really funny because Tony Schiavone said it like Roosh said it and gave him the horns. And and he pins him. And then after the match, this was after Dralistico prevented Shibata from choking him out with the sleeper too.
yeah,
So the implication is that Shibata was this clean. Shibata would have actually won the match,
mm,
but Dralistico got involved, distracted the referee, and then Shibata falls to Roosh after the horns. Afterwards, Dralistico and Beast Mortos hit the ring, and they all lay into Shibata, which I feel was a bad idea considering he was probably not in the best shape.
right.
And then Powerhouse Hobbs' music hits. He runs out with a chair, chases them all off, and then Shibata very slowly gets to the ring and grabs his trios title belt, but not before Roosh had picked it up and indicated that they were going for it, which is about freaking time.
Yeah,
Like I know that it's you know been mitigated because, like you said, Roosh hasn't been there, but like this is a trio. If any trio is going to challenge the ops now that the Death Riders are done in that sphere in that in the sense of getting trio style shots and we're moving on from that. This is the trio.
yeah,
La Facción Ingobernable. That's the trio that I want to see next challenge belts.
yeah.
So I'm okay. Like the match, unfortunately, was a little marred by the end because I think Shibata actually got a little dinged up. And considering the history of his brain, that's really scary.
Yeah.
Uh, but as long as he's okay, I'm okay with the outcome because it's setting up something that I think could be really.
With that said, we get to our main event of the evening. We have an all-star eight-man tag with Bandito, Mascara Dorada, and Jet Speed versus the Don Callis families, Hechicero, Lance Archer, Rocky Romero, and Josh Alexander. Hey, Adam, who took the pin?
Uh, who is Rocky Romero?
Correct. Good Lord. Yeah. So
This match was so much fun.
I had a lot of fun with this one. Yeah.
It was just another PWG party match.
Yeah,
You know,
basically.
Archer looked like a freaking monster in this match too.
Archer always looks like a monster, and I
He
feel
just
like that he
threw
never gets the respect he
he just
deserves.
threw Mascara Dorada across the ring by his head. He
Yeah.
just took his head in his two hands and just beeled him all the way across. That was me. That was me miming him beeling and hitting my microphone. I'm that in like that's the impression that it made on me. He just was an absolute juggernaut in the couple of minutes he was actually featured in this match.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody got a chance to shine. At just not so much. These big party matches don't really tend to highlight technical wrestling, which is where Echicero really shines. But the finish came. He tried to pop Dorado, I think it was Bandito again, into that reverse monkey flip into the the rear naked choke, like what finished the prior match that these two guys had on Dynamite, and Bandito got out of that. So I like the nod to what happened earlier, and that Bandito's learned. He's not getting caught in the same stuff. Um, uh, I mean, just a bunch of crazy stuff out here. Not really a lot of Don Callis interference, uh, which is nice for once. Finish came when everybody decides to jump out of the ring except for Bandito and Mascara Dorada. Bandito hits the 21 plex on Rocky to hit to the set of the shooting star press from Mascara Dorada, and there's your match. Uh, Great stuff, fun stuff.
Yeah, I thought the show overall was pretty good.
Yeah,
Um, Definitely on the AR Fox for my favorite of the night. Like, just everything else was pretty fun though.
yeah.
Yep.
So, remind me, Aaron, what time is it?
Time is it?
Yeah. Is it time to? I feel like there's something we should be doing right
Oh
now.
man,
Is it time
it's
to?
time to do like the pros do and call it in the ring.
That's it. I knew I was forgetting something.
I
Thank you so
always
much for the
forget about
reminder.
that. Yeah.
So I got thinking this week about uh, comparing All In this year to last year and how it's like kind of the year end show, the WrestleMania, the Super Bowl, the World Series, whatever you want to compare it to. And then the night after, the show after, we kind of like do soft reset and kind of go from there. It's the big blow off show. So I thought it would be interesting to compare who was on last year's All In to who is on this year's All In, list them, and then give them a grade for the year that they've had in the intervening time in terms of their entire all aspects of their year. So
Yeah.
um we're not going to we're gonna I'll mention them, but anybody who was on last year's show and not this year's show, I'm just gonna give we're gonna give it incomplete right out of the gate because let me tell you, there are over 100 names on this list,
Right.
and we do
Right.
not have the time.
Um
So, for example,
Also, before we get started, there's one pre-show like honorable mention I want to do real quick.
sure,
All In 2024 featured a pre-show match with It was a 16-man tag team match. I don't even remember this
Yes.
because we talked about how ridiculous it was.
Yeah. It,
Um,
it was like Battle Bowl style. There were
so
heels and faces on both sides.
it
It didn't
was
make any sense.
it's weird because it's like F team versus A team. And you'll understand when I tell you this. Okay. So like last year at All In, one team was Anthony Agogo, Davari, Dark Order, Jay Lethal, Private Party, and Satnam Singh, all of whom are no longer on AEW television actively
Yeah.
as of this recording, and who all over the course of the last year were kind of in different, like sections, kind of moved off of
Yeah.
TV. The other team, the A team, with the exception of Tommy Billington, is
Who is
Top
injured?
Flight. Okay, Top Flight, Andretti, Sabian, Fletcher, Leo Rush, and Rocky Romero,
What
who
a
have
weird
all,
team.
aside from Billington, had like stellar career years this last year
Yeah.
compared to like the rest of their career. Like a lot of those guys have had the best year of their career in the last year. Kyle Fletcher, for damn sure, has
Yeah.
had the best year of his
Absolutely.
career in the last year. So, like, I just wanted to say that because that was really weird to me. Like, I look it up, and immediately
Yeah.
the first thing I saw was this was the very first match on the show. And I'm like, that whole team had a stellar year. That whole team ain't on TV no more.
Yeah. So
Right
let's start there. Arya Davari, uh,
about it.
relegated to ROH.
Yeah,
Relegated to ROH. So incomplete. We're
incomplete.
judging by AEW, mostly AEW career, not necessarily Ring of Honor.
Yeah,
Anthony Agogo just came back on
just came
this
back.
show,
Yeah.
on this All In pre-show. He just came back.
Was he on at all in between the all ins?
There was like I looked it up on Cage Match. He had a few matches for other promotions, and I think maybe one match on like in Ring of Honor, or one or two matches in Ring of Honor, and that's it. Like I I cut him loose.
I don't want to have to. I don't like giving people an F, but that you getting an F this year, Anthony
Yeah,
Go. I'm sorry,
yeah,
bro. Like,
yeah. That's not a it's not a good look.
this is not a good look at
Um,
all. Like you were at all in and then
yeah,
at all in. Okay,
yeah,
like what did you do to even deserve to be?
yeah. What are you, the Undertaker? But you punch people like
Right? I guess.
um
Yeah. So yeah, he did just
and you're
show up.
English.
Yeah.
John Silver, Alex Reynolds, and Evil Uno, who accompanied to them in the ring, uh, all pretty much regulated to ROH. So they're not getting a grade.
And completes. They weren't even on all
Um,
in this year, which is weird to me
yeah.
because like Tony loves him some Dark Order,
Jay Lethal has had a couple of matches in the in between.
but he
I
was not
wouldn't
on all in this year.
I wouldn't give him a grade
No,
because he wasn't on the show.
no.
Same with Satnam Singh, who's been doing mostly ROH work anyway. He was
Mm.
also not on this show. Um, Isaiah Cassidy and Mark Quinn are in limbo right now.
They won the
Uh,
tag team titles this
they
year,
won the
but
tag.
now they're
Yeah,
not on TV.
like I would say that this was a real mixed bag year for them because they finally won the belts and
I
they
think
had
that title
like
reign went over like a fart in church, though.
yeah,
So
like it's I mean it could have been it was poorly booked. It wasn't
yeah,
anything the Top Flight did or didn't do that did
yeah,
them in. They were the unfortunate victims of the Hurt Syndicate
yeah,
catching on fire, getting
yeah,
signed and then catching fire.
yeah. But
Um,
they
uh,
won the titles, but then they weren't on it. They weren't even on all in this year. So
yeah. So I
got to get
mean,
it
they haven't
incomplete.
been seen since they dropped the belts.
Yeah,
I mean, the rumors are swirling around that they don't want to re-sign with AEW, that they want to explore other options.
they already
So
have a private party in WWE. They're called the Street Profits.
essentially, yeah,
I
red
mean,
solo cups
I
and
hate to be
everything.
that way about it, but and it's not like
Yeah,
some people will pin that as a racial thing. No, it's not. You look at those two tag teams and you deny the fucking
yeah,
similarities. I dare you.
yeah. Like what one guy has a guy who has is Major Hobson on his one of the best frog splashes in the business. The other team has a guy who gets Major Hops when he gets yeeted out of the corner by Keith Lee.
Yeah.
Like it's so yeah.
Apples to oranges. They
I
both
mean
look like they
it's
should be
very
compared.
difficult for me to assign a grade to Private Party because of that, because on paper, they won the tag belts, and title wins in AEW generally mean something because they don't switch hands all that often,
No.
with the exception of the TNT title, really. They don't really switch hands frequently.
Hmm.
Uh, and they beat the Young Bucks too. Let's not discount that. They beat the Young Bucks.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's good
to
and
end
all,
their
but
third title reign. But like the rest of their year was not great. Like they were just getting jobbed out. And in fact, the story leading into uh their Young Bucks program was being sacrificial lambs for the Death Riders. And it was like I mean, they won the belts and they had, a little short title reign. So I'm comfortable giving them a C
okay.
because that was a shining bright moment that shouldn't go unnoticed or unrecognized. But the rest of the year was either absent or getting absolutely crapped on.
Yeah,
Like it was a real mixed bag for Private Party this year.
true.
As far as as you put it, the A team, Action Andretti and Leo Rush are now a tag team together
That everyone
as
hates.
crew that has a middling record, but are okay as an act. They're
Hmm.
they're gelling. Um, they don't really have much of a direction now.
No.
But I mean, I like both of them, but I mean, they are middle of the road tag team in terms of pecking order.
Yeah.
So I would say I would give them a like a B minus because at least they're on TV often enough to be, relevant, you know. And they're still, even with their even like pretty even record, win loss record, they still have probably a better winning record than Private Party did leading up to their leading up to their tag title win. Uh, but
Um,
I mean, I would have to check with our friend Mike at AEW rankings for clarification and verification. But it feels like they're in a better position than Private Party were before they started getting the push towards the belts. I mean, poor Isaiah Cassidy got his hand smashed in by a hammer by John Moxley.
yeah.
I was at that show. Like, I was there. Um, so I mean, I'd be comfortable giving it a B minus. I don't know about you. If you're a little
I'm giving them
harsher, a
a
little bit more
full letter
generous.
grade lower at C minus because I
Yeah,
agree with everything you said and I hate their fucking jackets.
they do look like Bowser.
They do. Look, little Goombas
Um, Kip Sabian is a difficult one to place because he's in a prominent position, but he doesn't wrestle like ever.
or talk
Like
that much till like last
like
week.
yeah, this until this week he hasn't said much. Like he's been kind of when he's been involved, when they've given him something to do, he's done it well. Like before he officially joined the patriarchy and he was following Christian around because he wanted Cage to be his daddy, and he kept
Mhm.
like there was the one where he stole the pen out before he could sign the contract and he ran away with it, and then
That was
Christian
the
Cage
funniest shit.
that was
Like I
like
enjoyed that. Yeah.
that's a memorable moment, right? And
Hmm.
then there was the one in the parking lot that he had where like he's just kind of lurking around the picture, like, oh, please notice me. And Christian Cage's like, hey, you get out of here, as if it was like the neighbor's dog or something.
Yeah.
Like like he's had memorable moments, but none of them have anything to do with in-ring stuff.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's gotten in the best shape of his life. The dude is jacked now because all he has time for is working out because he doesn't wrestle anymore. We'll
Right.
see. We'll see. Hopefully that now that he doesn't have to be the lackey, maybe he'll get some more ring time because he is a talented guy. I would
Yeah.
like to see him wrestle. Um, as far as the year he's had is concerned, honestly, he's done more this year to be memorable than most of his AEW career, even when he was wrestling. To be fair,
Yeah.
I would be willing to give him as like a C plus. I think that's pretty generous for somebody who hasn't wrestled like in a year,
That's fair.
but is
Yeah.
still on the show. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know about you. What do you think?
Um, I'd give him like a probably like a B minus or a C plus. Like
Yeah,
he entertains me when he's doing something.
yeah. And he's
So
got great hair.
Oh yeah, he does. He does.
I'm jealous of his head of hair. Uh,
I'm jealous of something. It might not be his hair.
well, you can talk to George about that. Friend of the
George is
show,
in the
George
same boat
Azar.
with me.
Yep. Um,
But
Top Flight. Difficult to place because they've been on TV a lot. Like they've
then they
been
get
really
their ass
featured a
kicked a
lot.
lot too.
But yeah, that's the thing. They've been doing the job more often than not,
Yeah,
and
I mean, I'm
only
giving them.
just recently got a reset with the Skyflight thing,
Yeah, based
which I hope
on
works out for them.
all in to all in, D. Sorry, you
Yeah,
guys had a shit year, man. It
I
was bad.
well, okay.
You're not gonna
Let
be as
me
harsh as I
say
am, but
this. I can't
that's
give
it.
them that low a grade when I gave Crew a C plus because
Crew's been getting
Top
pushed into getting
Flight,
their ass kicked every other or every match.
but Top Flight had been more consistently used on TV than Crew. They've been on TV.
Oh no, they've pretty much been on TV together the entire time. So
Yeah, but like Leo Rush was in and out. Action Andretti was there, but not like usually he would accompany them to the ring. He wouldn't actually wrestle. Um, I feel like I'm gonna give him the same grade as I gave Crew. And I think that even that's kind of generous, but like I can't give them above Crew when Crew has fewer matches.
no,
I can't in good conscience do that, even with Crew's mostly 500 record.
yeah.
Um, Big winner here, though, obviously, is Kyle Fletcher, who I have to give an A.
A,
I have
A
to give him an
plus.
A. No,
Period.
it would
Like,
be a plus if he had actually won a belt. I would have
okay,
given him a plus
fair.
if he had won
A,
if he
but
had won the
still,
TNT title at All In, it would be an easy A plus. But I think A is that's a he had an incredible career year, and he's
yeah,
25.
best year of his
Like,
career by far,
yeah,
easily.
I mean that's probably the easiest grade, one of the easiest grades I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah, he's
give.
gonna get that plus this year. You watch.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll probably get it by within two pay-per-view cycles. um, Don Callis I also have on here because he was a participant.
I
You
give him
got to
A.
give him an A.
Yep.
He's a constant on every show. He adds heel heat to every show he's part of. His commentary is legitimately hilarious.
Yeah,
And
he
his
is
faction
funny.
is only growing in significance. Honestly, A plus. A plus work from the sentient hot dog.
Yeah, he can't win a. Okay, two things. One. Okay, so Don Callis one can't win a title, so eligible for an A plus with that one. But
Well, I mean, his
getting an
role
A
isn't
plus
as a
because
wrestler, though.
how many how many fucking managers, especially nowadays, how many
Yeah.
managers have their own cosplayers hanging out in the front row
Yeah.
at like 3 out of 4 shows?
Yeah. Like, I mean, the even if that weren't the case, I would argue that as a manager, he doesn't need to win a belt because that's not his role.
No.
His role is to get his guys to belts, which he has also done.
Yes.
Konosuke Takeshita won the international championship,
And
and
the
he had
never
a
open weight
pretty
title.
and the never open weight title. It had a
Yes.
pretty good run for for the record.
Yeah.
I mean, but you're right. Like there was that like 6 week span where almost like once a week there would be somebody cosplaying as Don Callis. It was
I'll do
great.
if I ever get front row seats at an AEW show, I'm cosplaying as Don Callis. I'm just gonna be fat hot dog instead of skinny hot dog.
You'll be the boiled hot dog. He'll
Yeah, I'll
be
be
the
boiled or
grilled hot
so.
dog.
Do
Um,
like dress up as Don Callis with myself, and then put a sign on my neck that says like Oscar Mayer or bump when you cooking or something like that.
I also have Sanjay Dutt as part of that match. He did accompany the the Satnam Singh portion of the tag team to that match. He hasn't really been on TV a whole lot. I love Sanjay Dutt, but he's like a backstage producer now. So like it's kind of difficult to give him a grade.
I'm
Like
not really
there's
going to give him a grade. All I can really
yeah,
say about Sanjay is that he has always and probably will always annoy the living daylights out of
I
me.
think he's funny.
I mean,
I
I'm sure it's the
yeah,
point, but
yeah.
like he really like gets on my nerve. Like there's a
He's
few
the
managers,
original player from
there's
the
a few
Himalaya.
little, there's a few little shit heel managers that are meant to be annoying and they're so good at that they legitimately do annoy me. And Sanjay is one of the people that legitimately annoys me when he's on the screen. Like it just rubs me the wrong fucking way, man. But as far as that goes, was on one all in, isn't on the next one.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call that an
we are
incomplete.
incomplete. Yep.
Yeah.
Um, Speaking of people who legitimately annoy you, guess who was in the next match of last year's All In? Stokely Hathaway as a wrestler.
Oh God.
He was on this
Um,
show on last year's show as a wrestler and a
he got
manager in this way.
beat up by Tomohiro Ishii at last year's All In, so
He did.
I'm
He
okay with
did.
that.
He did a huge job.
On this
I
All In now, okay, so he had Statlander, and then he very
mhm.
suddenly didn't. They basically just like retconned that whole
Yeah,
thing.
they memory hold that. Yeah,
Um,
because
and
most I
then
think because Mercedes Monet needed a challenger for the TBS title,
yeah,
and they're just like, well, she's not gonna get booed against Monet, so might as
but
well just kind of like push her in this direction and see where the fans take us. And then
yeah,
they had two amazing matches.
but then he just kind of shows back up with FTR. Um,
Yeah,
I give him a B.
I think
Uh,
that's fair. I think
yeah,
that's fair
he
because
annoys
he
me,
was
but he
gone for a
had
big
two good.
portion of the
Yeah,
year.
yeah, I can't give him an A because he wasn't here the whole time,
No,
but a B for having
yeah,
been with two good acts that I do like. I mean, and being effective at what he does. I mean,
yeah,
he's a great manager for heel FTR.
for
Even if
sure.
even if fuck you Stokely for blocking me on fucking Twitter. Um, Either way, next.
Let's go to Chris Statlander. Chris Statlander, I think, despite not being, in the title picture really at all. I mean, no, she was in the picture, but not winning the title. I think she had a great year. I thought she was always in something. And she has this
Yeah,
long-standing storyline with Willow that's still ongoing. I mean, she's featured well. She matched really well up with Megan Bain initially. Like, I think, those two banger matches with Mercedes. Honestly, I think it's difficult to give her anything less than an A.
I'm gonna give her a B plus, and the reason I'm doing that,
Really?
yeah, the reason I'm doing that is because I feel like Tony Khan wants to do something with her and just doesn't really know what it is yet. I just,
All
I just,
right.
I don't feel like I mean, we're not diving head off into the Willow thing. She's not chasing a title really. The Death Riders are sniffing around, but not nothing really solid. Like I feel like Tony wants to do something with her, and he can't really figure out what it is.
Yeah, but you got to figure she was the whole year from all in to all in. Like in all out, she had that amazing street fight with Willow that pretty much stole the show. She had the two matches, the Mercedes. I mean, every time she was on screen, it meant something. Like I feel like
And yet still no title, no solid end to end storyline. I mean, she got the thing with Willow, but like, what are we doing?
I guess you and I will have to agree to
Yeah,
disagree.
well, I
That's
mean, we
fine.
will at this point. Yeah, but
Yep.
yeah, B plus for me.
Uh,
That's what I got.
but let's go right on to Willow Nightingale then. She's next on the list. She was in the
Hey,
gauntlet. She was in the gauntlet this year with Chris.
mhm.
Um, she was part of this tag team match. She won last year. She's been kind of in and out of AEW. She's been doing a lot of stuff with other promotions. She was CMLL Women's Champion, I believe, for a short period of time.
Mhm.
Um, I'm not sure if she had won the New Japan or was it the New Japan Strong title? No, that was before. That was the year before.
I thought she won it at some point this year too.
She I don't think she won it this year.
Maybe not.
But point is, she's been kind of all over the place doing stuff in addition to AEW that's kind of difficult to grade because it wasn't an AEW or
Hmm.
grading her AEW year. She's been with the conglomeration, which is cool because she's one of the only women who's part of a male dominated faction, the other being Marina Shafir. Um, she's looked great in intergender roles.
Hmm.
There have been a couple of intergender matches where she's really been able to shine, and people have been, more than willing to sell for her and bump for her and put her over.
Yep.
Um, it's very clear how the audience reacts to her. Uh, but she hasn't really had any like statement wins this year in AEW, and she's been like not she's been having these extended breaks for other, to do stuff in other promotions where it kind of stalls her momentum. Like she's always over. Everybody's glad to see her when they see her, but she's not really like here all the time. Like the thing with Statlander is being mostly carried by Stat. Ultimately, if you think about it, it's her that they're doing the backstage interviews for to carry that forward more often than they're not. So I want to give her a higher grade, but I feel like maybe I hate doing this because I love her so much. But as far as the year that she's had, if we were including the lead in to last year's All In, where she won the TBS title to drop it to Monet, it would probably have been bumped up a little bit more. But I feel like the best I can do is a C plus for her as far as AEW is concerned. Like obviously she's had success elsewhere, so her total year isn't like, it's not indicative of her entire year, but as far as AEW is concerned, she didn't really do a whole heck of a lot in between all ends.
I'm also giving her a B plus because she's as over as you can get without being a champion in AEW.
Yeah,
Whether she's there all the time or not, she's as over as you can get.
yeah,
The fact that
it's
Tony Khan
true.
hasn't strapped her up.
I feel like he's just waiting to pull the trigger on it, but like, come on, when?
Like if
Um,
it's not Athena, it better be Willow, and
yeah,
if it is Athena, it better be Willow next. Like
yeah, like for
there we
real.
are, you know.
Um, so here's an interesting one. Tomohiro Ishii was at both all ins. Obviously, he's a favorite of TK because he keeps getting booked. The crowd pops whenever he shows up, but like he's more of a guest star than anything, really. He's not an active roster member, even though he's part of the conglomeration. It's really difficult to put him in a place, really, too, because of as much as I like him, he doesn't win a lot. Like he's mostly there to put other guys over, unless he's in tag team. Although since he won the New Japan Strong title, he
Hmm.
has been booked a little bit better in
Yeah,
AEW because they want to protect that title.
yeah,
Um, I would say as if this was like an active roster member, I would give him a C. As a guest, I would say that's a solid B though.
yeah, yeah. I'd give him a
You
B.
know,
He's
like
over.
I
People like when he shows up.
yeah, okay. Dustin Rhodes.
He's had an A plus year.
Yeah, he's got three belts. I think it's an
Yeah,
easy A. I mean,
that's
two of them are
easy.
Ring of Honor titles, but A plus year, like
Yeah,
easy. And that's not
easy.
even being on AEW TV a whole heck of a lot. But when he is, it's impactful and it means something. And he just won the title.
Yeah,
Like it's hard to give him anything less.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Sammy
Yep.
Guevara.
I
I
give him a B
mean,
plus.
yeah. I mean, it's difficult because he's not on again, like because he's tied up so much with Ring of Honor. He's not on AEW all that much. He shows up when he's in a ring,
Hmm.
but how often is he in AEW ring? I'd say
More
B
lately,
plus.
but still not that often.
I'd say B plus is pretty generous, all
Yeah,
things considered. I'm just glad that he hasn't gotten in another backstage fight and got himself fired. Maybe he's actually learned something.
Maybe.
Uh, Marshall and Ross Von Erich are at both of these shows. I mean, they don't really have a presence in AEW and
Yeah, I'm
ROH.
kind of just going to call it incomplete on them because they don't really
Yeah,
have an
like they're
AEW
at the
presence.
shows, but as ROH champions and ROH guys, you
Yeah,
know, I think giving them an incomplete is fair ultimately.
yeah.
Uh, Katsuyori Shibata. I think he's had a really kind of up and down year because, he's part of the ops. They're over. He's a trios champion currently, but he doesn't have the greatest singles record. It's very, very like kind of down the middle. Um, Difficult to place for me. I would
Yeah.
say probably somewhere around a B plus
Mm,
for me.
yeah, I'd probably give him a B plus too, just because yeah, it's
Like
been
I
kind of
love the
iffy.
guy, but like
Oh, he's great. Yeah.
he's not booked to win in singles all that often anymore.
No.
It's pretty 50-50. And even in those trios matches, he's the champion, but he's very rarely the guy getting the pins or submissions on the guys.
Yeah.
He's usually feeding somebody to Samoa Joe or to a lesser extent Powerhouse Ops.
Yeah.
So, even his role in the ops is like he's the third guy in the ops, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. When you got Joe and
Um,
Powerhouse, you would be the third guy. Like I mean,
yeah, at least to an American
yeah,
audience. Bishop Khan and Toa Leona, Gates of Agony. Last year they were part of Cage of Agony with Brian Cage. I think were they still Ring of Honor 6-man
I think they were
champions
Ring of
at
Honor
this
six man
point?
champions at that point. Yes.
And they're not anymore.
No.
Brian Cage is injured, so I don't want to give him a grade.
No, he'll get an incomplete like
He'll
everybody
get it
else.
incomplete. But
Gates of Agony. I'm gonna give them like a B plus because they are definitely taking an upward trajectory.
yeah, and it
But we'll see
happened
how that is next
recently.
year. Yeah,
They
yeah, it's
had
been recently.
the feud with Big Bill and Brian Keith that had some surprisingly good matches.
Yeah,
Which was cool. They're paired up with Ricochet now. They're on TV more often, and really all this happened in like the last 3 or 4 months, if you think about it. So they really, really kind of backloaded their year, like because
yeah,
they were streaming for an F or an incomplete, and then all of a sudden they get put on TV again, and they get in a tag match with the Hurt Syndicate. They get in a little feud with Big Bill and Brian Keith. They're with Ricochet now. They're showing up. Like they haven't really won a lot. Uh, but they're a consistent presence now, and they weren't then.
yeah.
So, Matt Taven and Mike Bennett haven't been on AEW TV in months and months and months. They weren't at this year's show, so they're getting it incomplete. Claudio Castagnoli, Wheeler Yuta, and Pack. I'm gonna put it all together except for Pack, who is injured, so who will get it incomplete. Um, Claudio and Wheeler, won the trios title at last year's All
Mm,
In, and only in the last couple months dropped them. They
yeah,
have been consistently all across AEW program. Wheeler's usually losing in singles, and Claudio's losing in singles more than you might think. He's one of
yeah,
those guys that's so over that you look at his singles record and you're like, huh, how has he lost that much?
yeah.
Because it feels like he always wins. And in trios, they almost always do. Like that's where they both really shine this year. I mean, I give them both probably A minus.
Mhm. I'd say B plus just because
Like
they're
they
kind of
haven't really had
still.
any statement wins,
Yeah,
you
they're
know.
kind of stuck in limbo with the Death Riders and just what it is.
Yeah, yeah. The tag team divisions, both of them have the when you're trying to book this big a roster with this many storylines and belts and stuff, something always falls to the wayside. No matter
Hmm.
how good the main event is booked, the women's division is lacking or whatever, because there's only so much attention one person can give everything. In
Yeah.
this case, for the last year or so, it's the tag team and the trios divisions that have been really suffering
Yeah.
uh, at the expense of everything else being pretty good. So that'll probably swing the other way this year too. Like they'll probably fix the trios and the tag divisions, and then all of a sudden you'll find out, oh man, that unified title, they've done nothing with it, or
Yeah.
whatever. So um Christian Cage was at All In twice last year because he was in the trios match. He lost the trios title with Nick Wayne and Kill Switch. Um, and then entered himself into the gauntlet battle or the casino gauntlet and won. And then since then he's been a consistent presence. He tried they tried their best to make it seem like he was a constant threat for a long time with uh, contracts that he would constantly threaten signing. I got to commend them for paying attention to it too, because like to compare to WWE and their Money in the Bank contract, other than seeing the briefcase, a lot of the times it doesn't really seem like it's a consistent threat. Whereas Christian Cage was pretty much there every single week threatening to sign that thing, trying to get it over as much as possible.
Yeah.
Um, but I mean, after he lost that, he kind of was in and out, as Nick Wayne was in and out, so he was in it. Anytime he's on screen, he's a joy to watch because he's such a great heel, but didn't really do a whole lot. I would say maybe a B minus for the year that he's had. If he had successfully cashed in that contract, it would absolutely be an A plus year, even if he didn't do anything after that, because he would have made the gimmick work.
Yeah.
But you know, it didn't really work. I don't know about you. What do you think?
I'd probably give him a B plus. He had
Yeah,
a good year. There were arguably weeks where he was like the top heel in the company.
yeah.
So
Anytime you put a mic in his hands, there's always that threat
yeah.
that he will become the de facto major heel of the company.
Yeah.
Uh, Killswitch also wrestled twice last year, but is currently sick, still
Incomplete.
recovering from pneumonia. So we're getting incomplete. Get better soon, Killswitch. Um, Nick Wayne. Last year he competed. This year uh he also competed for the tag team title.
Hmm.
He didn't win, but he was part of the memorable angle afterwards where Adam Copeland came back. He's won the ROH television title. He went over. I mean, I know this shouldn't count because it didn't happen in AEW, but they did work into storylines that he went over and competed in the Super Juniors tournament in New
Hmm.
Japan. Dude's had a, I think he's had a really good year.
I would
Um,
give him an A for the
I
year
I
just
would
because he's
I
killing
would
it.
give him an A.
Yeah.
I think he's anytime that he's been on screen, he's maximized his minutes,
Yeah.
and it's very clear by his recent, I wouldn't call it a turn, it's a heel turning on another heel, so I'm whatever. But by this recent character direction, I guess, that he's gonna be factored into plans. So we'll see. Yeah, I'd give him an A. He's been a really
Yeah.
good ROH TV champion, I think.
Hmm.
Oh, and he beat Rhino that one time. So
Yeah.
that's a former ECW and NWA world champion right there. I mean,
Yeah.
what more do you want? The Guns. Last year they were active. This year they came back after being not inactive for 6 months.
I'm pretty much gonna give them an incomplete because they didn't really do
Yeah,
anything. They
yeah,
had one
like they were
match.
out most of the year.
Yeah.
because
injury and then
Hanger
one
took him
match and
out.
then nothing and now injury
Yeah,
again. So
yeah. I don't want to give him
I'm just
anything.
gonna give him an incomplete and see what happens in the future.
Same, I mean, probably same with Juice Robinson.
Yeah,
He didn't really do a whole heck of a lot heading into the Continental Classic, and then got injured in his first match, and then
yeah.
only this past Saturday, well, a week from yesterday, as this is recording, he came
Hmm.
back. So, you know, eh, incomplete. Brody King, difficult one to place
I'd
because
give him a B plus for the year. Because
yeah,
he's had a good year, but he's just not winning.
yeah,
They need to give him
like
some wins. And he has the misfortune of getting cobbled together with different tag teams when his actual tag partner is hurt.
yeah, poor Buddy Matthews. He was next, but he's injured, so he is incomplete.
Yeah.
Um, he had a really good Continental Classic.
Hmm.
Um, he had a big moment that caught some mainstream attention in Arena Mexico
Hmm.
when he wore his Abolish Ice T-shirt.
Yeah.
Uh, I mean that's got to count for something, sure. I'd say that B plus is probably fair. Um, I really hope he gets a higher grade next year
Yeah.
because they got to strap him up with something. Like he is a former trios champion, but like you gotta do something with him. Like I would like to see when Buddy Matthews come back, he and Buddy Matthews would be one of a couple of really good candidates for teams to take the belts off the Hurt Syndicate.
Hmm.
I think that they're a really, really good candidate for that. Malachi Black, no longer with AEW,
Incomplete.
incomplete. Mariah May, no
Incomplete.
longer within, which is a shame because the year she had before she left the WWE was excellent.
Hmm.
Like it would have been an A plus year,
Yeah,
except
for
for the
sure.
fact that she's no longer with AEW, so we're not going to count her.
Yeah.
Timeless Tony Storm,
A
easy A
plus.
plus,
A plus. Do we have
easiest
to? Yeah.
easiest one.
Easiest for sure.
Let's move on because there's nothing left to say. Luther as manager both times.
It's
Um,
had like a B plus year
he
for sure.
cracks me up,
He
but
cracks me
like
up.
he
Yeah.
doesn't. He would be bet honestly. He would have more to do if he was managing a heel
Yeah.
because that's what managers are really there for.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
He's not
I
really
agree with
managing
you.
her. He's butlering her.
He's
He's buttling.
adding to the presentation
Yes.
in his own way, and he is taking a bump or two. So I
Yeah.
mean, there's that. Uh, Hook currently injured, so we're gonna make incomplete.
Incomplete.
Chris Jericho is inactive.
Incomplete.
Big Bill did not show, sadly didn't show up on this year's show, so incomplete. Same with Brian
Incomplete.
Keith.
Brian Keith also.
Uh Matt and Nick Jackson. Last year they were in a three-way for the tag belts against FTR and the Acclaimed, which was a huge match at the time. The three most over tag team acts, and really indicative of it. Looking back, it's like wow, the tag team division back then was in such a better position than it is now by comparison. Um, I thought, I mean, even with their extended absence, I thought they had a really good year. I feel like they were really relevant in everything. They put over Private Party over really, really big. They were part of the Death Rider storyline. They just had a huge match with enormous implications. If this year's all in with Swerve and Osprey, I'd give them an A plus. Honestly, they had a really good year. Now that I'm looking back over everything they did, yeah, they had a great year
I'm giving him an A.
because they didn't win a belt.
No title, no plus. Sorry,
They were champions for like
but they didn't win it.
6 months of it. Retaining has to count for
They
something.
were not when you don't defend it that often.
Yeah,
And
that's
they really
true.
didn't defend it that often. So
I guess that's true.
that was
Billy
they had
Gunn
the titles when it
wasn't
was one
on.
of those lull periods for the
Yeah.
tag titles. That's
Uh,
what it was.
Dax Harwood and Cash Wheeler on both shows. Uh, doing better work now that they're heels, but relegated to the pre-show kind of sucks. That being said, they were involved in the angle later in the show. And it's with freaking Adam Copeland. So and Christian Cage. So I mean, there's that. Kind of a toss up here. Um, maybe a B.
I
Like,
was
because
thinking
the
B
work they're
plus.
doing is really, really good since they turned heel.
Yeah.
But like before then, it was very like they were still doing good work. They're the best tag team in the world, but like nothing they were doing from last year's All In up until their heel turn really had much consequence, you know.
Yeah.
So, uh, yeah, I think it'd be
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking like B, B plus, something like that. Um,
uh Max Caster and Anthony Bowens are no longer a tag team, so we're gonna grade them individually. Max Caster first. It's it's difficult because his act is over, but the whole point of his act is that he gets his ass handed to him. All right, we can just edit out that silence.
yeah.
Uh, so yeah, Max Caster is difficult because his act is over, but the whole point of his act is to get his ass handed to him.
Yeah.
He has not won a single time as a singles wrestler since splitting off from the Acclaim. Uh, like so, this is where it gets down to the nitty gritty. Is it more important to have wins or to be over and be used on TV all the time? From a business standpoint, you have to consider the latter being more important because even if you're, especially since you're losing all the time, if you're still on every week, that means you're over, and that means that you're doing something right. Um, I want to be generous too because I didn't think that this was going to get as over as it did. Like as soon as you started doing the chant, I'm like, oh, that chant's going to get over despite itself. But um, he's like what, like 0 and 15 now or something stupid like
Yeah, some
that.
crazy number.
Like
Yeah.
it's crazy. Um, I'm gonna say that he's at like a C, and I think that that's more than fair.
Yeah. I would say about the same.
Interestingly enough, Anthony Bowens is being pushed more as a serious singles wrestler, but I'd have to give him a similar grade
Yeah,
because he
I
hasn't
just
been getting the wins
yeah, we haven't
that
really
he needs. He hasn't been really
cracked
getting
it yet.
the actual push yet.
Yeah. He hasn't
Um,
cracked it yet, man. There's something still something missing about him being a solo
yeah.
act.
So they're both kind of sitting at that same sea level, but for different reasons entirely.
Yeah.
Billy Gunn. He's a manager.
He wasn't at
He's
all
about.
in this year, so incomplete.
Oh, that's right. He
He
wasn't.
didn't show
Never
up. It was like a
mind.
big plot point this year that he wasn't
This
this week that he wasn't there.
this makes me
So
sad too because we have to give Orange Cassidy an incomplete as well.
yeah,
Ah,
not this
hurts
year,
my
man.
heart.
Hurt poor guy.
Kazuchika Okada, another easy A plus.
A plus, yeah.
Like he's been Continental Champion the entire year. Just added the International Champion to it to become the unified title holder.
Hmm.
Won the Continental Classic after having really good matches, especially with Osprey. Like the another easy A plus.
Yeah.
Um, Nigel McGuinness did not compete this year.
Nope.
Uh, at this year's All In. Although he did compete this year outside of last year's All In.
Yeah.
Funny enough. Um, uh, Kyle O'Reilly. Um, last year he was part of the Gauntlet. This year he was part of the pre-show.
Hmm.
Is I guess he's improved his station a little bit by being, with both the Paragon and the conglomeration, it would
Yeah.
seem. I don't think anybody else can say that they're part of two factions actively. I don't think that's ever happened before, unless you count the corporate ministry as two things instead of one thing. I don't know. Like, I, I can't. I don't think I've ever seen that. That's kind of a weird accomplishment in and of itself.
Yeah.
Um, I want to say like I love the guy, but he didn't have like a spectacular year. So I'd say probably a C.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I really want to see him in the Continental Classic this year. I really
Yeah.
want to see his level, his very unique blend of technical wrestling and striking in that. Speaking of which, Zack Sabre Jr. Was at last year, but not this year, so he's getting
Yep.
incomplete. Roderick Strong was in both gauntlets. Uh, he didn't win anything this year, but he was constantly in the mix, having matches. They reunited with Adam Cole. Um, had a kind of a slow baby face turn when Cole came back. I'd say he probably had a better year than Kyle did, but not by a lot. Like I would say
Yeah.
like a B minus maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. B minus, maybe a B.
Mark Briscoe absolutely had a great year. He
Hmm.
was ROH World Champion for a little bit, leading into this, and then competed in the Continental Classic and improved since the prior year in his standings. Has been the kind of de facto leader of the conglomeration. Has been
Hmm.
in high profile feuds, even if he doesn't win all of them. Has been in memorable segments. Most recently, the Talkie Talk.
Yeah.
Um, is very much gaining momentum and getting over. I'd be willing to give him like a B plus.
Yeah.
He didn't really win. Like he lost the Ring of Honor World Title to freaking Jericho, but um,
Never should happen.
never should have happened. But I mean, after that, like it's not like he didn't improve his station on on AEW television. He absolutely did.
Yeah.
Um, Hangman Adam Page, A plus, just
A
won the
plus.
world title after
Yeah.
being one of the most complex and beloved characters coming from off of this almost 2 year storyline with Swerve, doing some of the best work of anybody like anywhere. Adam
Yeah.
Page is an easy A plus.
Easy.
Uh, Jeff Jarrett was not on this year's show, incomplete. Uh, Ricochet, this was his anniversary, his AEW anniversary. So
Yeah.
I mean, not the date, but the show anyway.
Yeah.
From All In to All In, got close to winning the international title a couple of times. Did really, really well, making it to the semifinals of the Continental Classic. Um, he seems like, I mean, he's done this complete character turnaround where he's doing some just amazing heel work while backing it up in the ring. Honestly, despite the fact that he's not won a title, I'd give him a win. I would give him an A for his work this year. It's been really, really good and consistent.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd give him an A. Even though I hate him personally, I'd give him an
Yeah, yeah. Will Ospreay. Last
A.
year's All In, he won the international title. This year he won against the Young Bucks alongside Swerve. That's an A year on those two accomplishments alone.
Yeah.
Honestly, he was a finalist in the Continental Classic too. Uh, yeah, like I mean, he's kind of like if it wasn't for Adam Page, he would probably be the face of AEW and the
Yeah.
top baby face. Like he is like one and one A at this point. One A and one B. Like
Yeah.
it's the Trinity. It's those two and Swerve
Yeah.
that are like the feeling right there encapsulated. Um, so I mean that's an easy A for me. Um, A plus maybe. I mean, he did win the international title for the second time at last year's show, so maybe I'll give him the plus. I'll give him the plus. MJF lost said international title last year to Will Ospreay at last year's show, and this year's show won the Casino Gauntlet. Um, Wound up in the Hurt Syndicate against probably everybody's expectations.
Mhm.
Um, Lost to Adam Page, which I think nobody called. I thought everybody, I called him winning that match, and I was wrong. Um, he's like, I think it's a testament to his talent that he hasn't really had the wins this year, but he's still massively over as a heel, and he's still in the mix, and is probably going to wind up challenging Adam Page sooner than later for the world title. Mox will probably get a rematch, and then MJF will be next in line, I bet. Um, I would say, I would say B plus. I think that's about as high as I can give it to him because he didn't really have the statement wins, you know,
Yeah,
but he had the storyline beats.
yeah,
Same for
yeah. I'd
you?
give him, I think, a B plus or so, A
Yeah,
minus maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's so talented.
He is.
Like,
Yeah,
Mercedes Monet, easy A plus. She was TBS champion the entire year, like literally the
A
entire year.
A for the same reason.
No, no, it has to be plus because she lost to Tony Storm at this year's All In.
Mm,
It was the
A.
right move. It was the right move. I'm sticking with the plus. I'm sticking with the plus.
Lost to Willow.
She would have dropped. She would have dropped in my eyes if she had beaten Tony Storm. So I'm going to give her the plus
If
for
she'd
doing
beaten
the
Tony
job.
Storm, we would be talking C.
um, Camille is currently inactive. Wasn't at this year's show. Britt Baker
Incomplete.
was not at this year's show.
Incomplete. Probably not with the
Neither,
company anymore.
neither was Jack Perry.
Incomplete.
Um, Darby Allin sneaks in with his appearance in the main event. After
Um,
being gone for 7 months to
he's
climb Mount Everest.
he went from everybody's favorite stuntman to legitimate contender for world title. I'll give him an A
Yeah.
for the year.
I would give him an A, despite the fact that he was gone for half the year.
Yeah, the half
Like
a year
that,
he was here was awesome shit, man.
yeah, it really was. He
I
had a
mean,
really
the
good
Darby
showing.
Allen, like the
People
six
need
months
to
he was
remember this.
here, manifested that Darby Allen can appear from anywhere.
Yes, and
That's really when that solidified, like that he
I
can just come
really
out of
want to,
anywhere. Like,
even separate from that, I want to put out there into the universe that because this is probably going to pay off later. We're probably going to use this as a story beat later. People need to remember that one of the people that beat Will Ospreay in the Continental Classic this year was Darby Allin.
true.
Darby, I don't think anybody saw that coming either
No.
because they saw Will making it to the finals.
Yeah, I thought Will was going to make a clean sweep, which is
Yeah,
when Darby beat him, like that killed my whole bracket.
yeah. Like I was elated. I was really happy for Darby, but I didn't see it coming at
No,
all.
not at all.
And it was clean as a sheet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that did a lot people don't remember it now, but I think that was one of the major turning points in turning him into a main eventer was him beating Will Ospreay. Like,
Mhm.
and I don't think people like even like it's like buried in the back of their mind. Oh, he's a main eventer. Oh, why? I don't know. He just feels like one. Well, was part of that because he beat Will Ospreay in the Continental
Right.
Classic? Oh yeah, I guess so. I think it's just people don't they sublimated it
Yeah.
like you know. But like I remember because it made a very big impression on me. It was like, oh, they're gonna go with this guy. All
Hmm.
right, yeah, all right, I'm in it. Uh, Brian Danielson is a difficult one to place.
Okay, so he
He
was at
was at
both,
both
and
shows.
I'm going to give him an A. And here, let me tell you why. Okay. Well, actually, no,
Yeah,
I'm going to give him an A plus.
he
And
won the
here, let
world
me tell you
title at
why.
last year's All
He
In,
did win the world title at last
the
year's All
big
In,
one.
but in possibly the only way you can top winning a world title this year at All In, he came back from the dead.
Yeah,
to give a
Yeah.
Busaiku knee to Wheeler Yuta.
Yep.
So
Yeah. No, I agree.
A
You don't
plus.
you don't need to
He
sell
win the
me.
world title and then was resurrected from the dead. Um,
Yep.
A plus.
Swerve Strickland.
A plus.
A plus.
A
A
plus.
plus did not win a title this year, but was a constant focus, had that great, incredible lights out cage match with Paige. Um Completely made people forget that he lost pretty handily to Bobby Lashley when he debuted.
Mhm.
Just by
I
the
forgot that even
sheer
happened.
yeah, by the sheer force of will, he made everybody forget about it. Uh, was constantly in the mix with the Death Riders. Had a really good match with Mox that a lot of people thought he was gonna wanted him to win.
Mhm.
Uh,
I wanted him to
had
win.
capped off this chapter of one of the greatest long running storylines in company history with Adam Page and their reconciliation. Uh, and then he finished it off by beating the Young Bucks alongside Will Ospreay in one of several match of the night contenders.
Right.
Yeah, easy A plus.
A plus. A
Despite
plus.
no titles being won in that period, easy A
Here's
plus.
what I'll say about Swerve Strickland. I'm not familiar enough with AEW lore to tell you who has the most AEW world title reigns. I think it's Moxley
It's Mox.
with
He has four world
three,
title reigns.
four,
Four. They
four.
count the interim title
Okay.
that he won when Punk was in.
Swerve Strickland will, in the next decade, be the guy who has the most AEW title reigns. At some point, he may not be the guy who ends with the most AEW title reigns, but at some point in the next 10 years, he will have won 5 more AEW world titles. One every 2 years, I would call that a pretty good pace and probably an appropriate
Yeah,
one for someone like him.
yeah.
Um,
Uh,
so yeah, I think unless Moxley wins a couple more to keep that record on him, Swerve Strickland will exceed that in the next decade.
Bold prediction.
I don't
Let
think it's
us
that
know what
bold.
you think of that. Cat, get a hold of us on Blue Sky. Let us know if you agree or
Yeah.
disagree.
Tell me your wrong opinion because I don't think that's even that hot of a take. Um,
Now,
Swerve Strickland is
everybody else.
gonna. I mean,
Oh,
he's probably gonna win it again. I
yeah.
would say before December.
I don't know.
But because I
I
mean,
don't.
I honestly the reason I say that is because I think Tony Khan's going to have a hell of a time choosing between like Hanger and Osprey and Darby Allen, and so he's going to have to hang it off somebody while he
I
figures it the
I
fuck
think
out.
Osprey wins the belt next year at All In because it's in
They're
London.
going to be in Wembley, yeah,
Yeah, they're going to be in
but
Wembley.
that
I
means
think
it's going to have to come off of Hanger. I don't think we're going to do Hangman Osprey at Wembley. Like I just
no. I
a
think
show that big, you don't want to do a face v face. Like you
I
just
if it was me, I would say probably do what you don't generally historically do with the world title and kind of hot potato it towards the end of the cycle. I say you have Page hold on to it for like 6 or 7 months, have him lose to MJF after the Hurt Syndicates,
mhm.
and have MJF immediately lose to Swerve Strickland and then lose a rematch. And then and then in the interim you have Osprey win the Owen and then beat Strickland in London. I think that's what you do
Hmm.
because you don't. I don't want. I don't. I don't want Hanger and Swerve to be at each other's throats anymore. I think we're past that.
Yeah.
So I don't think Swerve should be the guy to take it off him directly. I feel like you facilitate that with a heel win, and the best person, the person in the best position to do that is MJF.
I mean, he does have the
Uh,
shot, so
yeah, he has the shot, and you can continue that feud without the belt into All In if you wanted to, and have him blow it off by having Page win ultimately.
yeah.
I don't know. That just spitballing.
Yeah.
Okay, Prince Nana is on both shows. A plus because he's Prince Nana.
Amen. A plus. No, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to give him an A.
Oh no, why?
He loses the plus. You want to know why he loses the plus?
Why?
I want to try your coffee so fucking bad, but I ain't paying $35 a pound.
That's fair.
So yeah, I
Okay.
want to. I am a person who is willing to buy your coffee, and if it's good, again and again and again. Not for $35 a pound when I can get like 5 pounds of Folgers Colombian for like that's 5 pounds for like that same price. It's like
How much?
$7 a pound. All
Yeah.
right. And I know it tastes good. So I don't have to, I'm not like gambling with my wife's happiness because
Yeah.
that's what will happen. If your coffee actually sucks, my wife will be mad at me for a whole pound of coffee. And you know how long that is? Time for her to be mad at me.
Even Danhausen's coffee is $24, man.
See, I'm more apt. That's $11 that I'm more apt to just that difference. That $11. Like, yes, I know it's $24 a pound. So it would be like when I buy like a pound of like uh Death Wish coffee that makes you see sounds if you haven't had that shit. It's like Jolt. It's like a cup of Jolt. Like
Yikes.
it's Jolt if Jolt were coffee. So it's even worse.
Oof.
Um, like seriously, that shit make me vibrate in the mornings, man. But like if I really have some shit to do, I'll drink a cup of Death Wish,
Oof.
and then I'm
And then
manic
you will die.
basically. Things are getting done because I have to get this energy out. So shit's getting done, and that's not me. We're not getting paid to promote Nana Coffee or Danhausen Coffee or Death Wish or Folgers, but that's just the reality of my situation. I love coffee. But so does my wife. So if your coffee sucks and I pay $35 a pound with it, like she's gonna be mad at me for like a week while I drink your pound of coffee that she
Yeah.
won't touch. And then I got to go buy a $7 pound of Folgers coffee for her to drink while I drink your coffee. And then I get to listen to her be mad because she has to, swip out, filters and stuff in between both the pots because I have to drink completely different coffee than her because I have to drink this shit that I paid $35 a pound for. So
Yeah. Don't
anyway,
want to waste
rant aside, he doesn't get the plus because of that. A.
it. All right. All the rest of these guys were people who are only at this year's All In. I feel like they should get a grade because they made the show. You know what I mean? Like they made the
Yeah,
show this year,
but they're not complete. Ugh.
which, well, by virtue of making the show this year and not last year, they automatically have improved their standing. Oh, yes.
I mean, I would say it depends. I mean, I don't think Max Caster improved his standing by being on the show this year. Like,
Well, I
but
mean, no, but he was on the show last year. That's the
that's
thing.
true. But
They weren't last year. They are this year, so they should get a grade.
okay,
Okay, so let's go down as quickly as we can. Shane Taylor Promotions, all of them.
D.
D. Yeah. Like they're I like those guys, especially Shane Taylor. I think he's really, really believable. He's authentic. Um he's, he's got a big old pear-shaped booty. But uh yeah, like his menacing appearance isn't really backed up with the win-loss record, you
No,
know. Uh Lee Moriarty though, Lee Moriarty is a different case because he is now the longest reigning Ring of Honor pure champion in history.
mm,
Um, Granted, it happened on Ring of Honor, but like he had a match with Nigel McGuinness to defend the belts at Hammerstein. Like, I don't really want to take away from him. I don't want to give him an incomplete,
I mean, I'll give him like a
because he's been
B.
doing. Yeah, like I feel a B is
Good enough.
good enough. Like he won a title, but it wasn't an AEW title,
Yeah.
which is what we're really grading. So,
Hmm.
um, so that goes for Carly Bravo, Sean Dean, and Trisha Dora too. The same with Jane Taylor, like a D. Like, ugh. um, guests are as a guest, Big Boom AJ, Big Justice, and the Rizzler. Oh, if you can see his face right now, it's priceless. Um, I'd say Big Justice gets an A for getting pie faced. Uh,
Trent gets the A for pie pasting him.
we'll get to him. Um, the Rizzler is just the Rizzler. He's like Tony Soprano's kid or whatever.
That's why I
I
call
don't know.
CPS and like his parents.
Big Boom AJ has had a couple matches this year as a guest and has acquitted himself well. I feel like a C plus is generous.
C minus. As Rocky Romero would say, you're not a professional wrestler. You're a guy who eats cookies on the internet.
Yeah, he still took the pin against him. Uh,
That's true. But still,
uh
Trent gets an
um,
A for pie facing the kid.
yep. Hologram. I mean, he's gone
A, because
un
he does great work, but he hasn't been on lately that much.
and he's undefeated in singles,
And no title. Weird.
but no title. Like,
Not even
how
like a
has he not
shot.
even gotten
Like,
a TNT championship opportunity at this point? He's like 34-0 or something like that. Like,
yeah.
why is he not the immediate TNT title challenger?
Yeah.
Right? It just the booking doesn't make sense.
Not at all.
I
Not
I'd
at
be
all.
willing to get I'd be willing to give him an A regardless because he's literally undefeated. He does good work, you know, but like he's not the guy you would think of immediately when you think of, oh, he had a great year. He did
Mhm.
objectively, but like you don't really think of him because he hasn't really been put in any actual program.
Yeah.
Um Etchetero. Uh
I'm going to give him an A. He's been killing it.
I like his work. Uh but he doesn't really have the win-loss record to I want to give him an A because I like him so
I want
much.
to give him an A because I like him so much. So I am because I like him
But
so much. Right. Like,
I'm gonna give him a B only because his he's taken a few losses here and there uh to guys that granted he took those losses before he was signed. Like he only recently signed that dual contract with with him in CMLL in
yeah.
like the last couple of months. So like he was being he was taking some pins. He was
Yeah.
winning more often than most of the CMLL guys, though. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
But being put with the Don Callis family, even if it's getting bloated, is not a bad spot to be in. You're going to be constantly on TV,
Yeah.
so I'll give him a B plus. Um, as despite the fact that he has an A in my heart. Lance Archer, always weird because he's on TV a lot as
He,
like an enforcer, but and he when he gets in there, he's impressive.
but he
But like they
loses.
don't use him. Like they haven't really. I feel like TK feels like maybe he's too good to use often because if he got any momentum, then he'd have to strap him up, and he has other guys in mind for that.
Yeah.
Like he's always the
I
guy
feel
who
like it's
just
unfair to him, to
it
Lance
kind of
Archer,
is really like
because you're like, he's supposed to strike fear into your heart. And that's the way Tony wants to present him, but he won't commit.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't
So
like it.
it's difficult to give him a grade. Like he whenever he's on TV, he kills it.
Yeah. Like he's great, but C for the
But
way he's
like
being booked.
yeah, C I think is probably the
Yeah.
best
And that's not
that I
his
could
fault.
give
That's
him.
Tony's.
No,
Sorry, Tony.
absolutely,
It's your fault.
100% agreement with you. Trent Beretta spent most of last year injured and just recently came back and has joined the Don Callis family or well, rejoined the Don Callis family, which you can't really say about some people who have left. Most prominently, Powerhouse Hobbs was not welcome back in the family.
Right.
Um, that said, I'm gonna give him a D because he rarely wins and his mom hasn't shown up yet.
Hey.
What? Oh, for the
Hey
Rizzler.
for pie
For the
face. No, for justice. If he
for
pie faced the
justice.
Rizzler, it would be an A plus.
We're talking. I mean, okay. You're weighing that a little bit heavier than I would. But I'm
You underestimate the weight of which I don't like the fucking cookie people. All
I
right.
I
Like,
know I know. Uh,
no.
Truth Magnum and Turbo Floyd. the Outrunners.
They're as over as you can possibly be. A.
Yeah, yeah. I'd say A minus simply because they keep losing their programs, which is a problem. Like they're over, but like eventually you're gonna cross that line, and people aren't gonna take them. I don't want to say seriously. You're not really supposed to take them seriously in that gimmick, but like
Right.
you know, they're not gonna believe in them anymore
Yeah.
if they don't pick up some wins against some real teams.
Yeah.
Powerhouse Hobbs. I'd say A plus because he
Yeah.
came
A
back.
plus. He's won some titles. He came back.
He's you won the trios championship as a replacement. Didn't feel out of place, and in fact feels more in place in the ops than Hook did.
Yeah.
Honestly, uh, Mox absolutely, obviously adores the guy because he makes him look like a beast every single time he's in the ring with him. Uh,
Yeah.
it looks like they're actually gonna like put a little bit of momentum behind him now too. I'd say he had a really good year, even despite the fact that he was injured for like half of it.
Yeah.
I as soon as he came back, he was over and won the trios title within a couple of months, and has been a champion since. So yeah, I'd say he had a great year. Ultimately,
Yeah.
Samoa Joe also a great year.
Yeah.
Honestly, challenged for the world title and came really close. He came closer than anybody without actually winning it.
Yeah.
Um, won the trios belt from the Death Riders. Has looked like a monster every single time he's in the ring. Is super. Well, you see, did you hear how over he was in Arena Mexico?
Yeah.
Because he had never wrestled there before, and everybody knew who he was. Still, everybody popped huge for every jab that he threw got an enormous reaction.
Yeah. That's
Like
true.
honestly, like I think probably not an A plus year because only because there was a year prior to that that he won the world title.
Yeah.
But I'd be willing to give that boy an A
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. I give him an
Gabe
A.
Kidd is inconsistent, but he was on this show. He's inconsistent in terms of showing up. He's a guest.
Yeah.
More, he's not an active AEW roster member. Um, difficult because of that.
Hmm.
Um,
Best I can give him is a C.
yeah,
I just don't really care for
I
him that
want to
much.
give him lower because I don't like the guy.
Yeah. I just don't really care for him that
He
much.
hits the exact right chord of obnoxiousness that throws me into a frenzy
Hmm.
of me wanting to just throw rotten fruit at him. Um,
Chav's gonna chav.
but realistically speaking, as a performer, limited, he's been there on limited dates. Half the time he was just as part of the Death Riders and not actually in a match. Um, and he's okay in the ring, but I mean, I haven't seen this match with Okada or Omega, but Omega can make anybody look amazing. So I don't even really, from what I've seen since that of it on his own, like I'm not really even like super impressed, to be honest. He's
Yeah.
mean, I'll give him that, but like,
Yeah.
see, Bandito, A plus.
A plus. Yeah.
Holy crap, he got
Easy.
off to a rough start. When he came back in December, when he got cussed right out the gate. But like, I saw a post from Meltzer on Twitter, and it was a few days ago, so this would be adding a few days to this. But he said in the last 33 days, he's had like 3 or 4 match of the year contenders, sold out Arena Mexico, and like has done an incredible job at raising his stock. Like
Yeah.
you can't really argue that he's had an incredible month and a half run, especially since he won that Ring of Honor title from Jericho. And what I you remember,
Hmm.
uh, we were watching, I think that one
Yeah.
right, and when they pulled the double switch on us with the ending, and we thought
Yeah.
Jericho won at first, and then they reversed it. How amazing was that angle in retrospect?
It was awesome.
That was a great angle.
Yeah.
Um, and ever since he won that belt, he's been absolutely ripping. I think he gets an A plus
Yeah.
ultimately.
A plus
I
for
think
sure.
Konosuke Takeshita A plus year,
A plus year.
right?
Yeah.
Gotta be. I can't. Why wasn't he on last year's show?
I
I
think he
was
was
looking at this and I'm like, he couldn't have been. Like, how did he miss last year's show? But he wasn't on last year's show.
no.
Crazy. A plus year though. Won the international title. In New Japan, he won the Never Openweight title. Like
Yeah.
he killed it, killed it everywhere he went. He had that match with Bandito, like you said. Like he is. Anytime he's on the card, he is a threat to steal the entire show.
Yeah. Yes.
In like probably 2 years, he's going to be in the main event picture solidly
Yeah.
as one of the anchor guys. A plus, easy.
Mhm.
Mystico, he's a guest. Difficult. I mean, shows up, he does what he's asked. He's over.
Give him like a
They've
B.
done they've done a good job of hyping him up to a crowd that probably isn't as familiar with him. So
Yeah.
he's over. Um, but I don't get it.
I mean, I get it,
we
and I
we just
still only give him like a B.
we
So
we discussed this last week. I would have probably have needed to witness his rise initially in CMLL
yes.
in the early to mid aughts.
Yeah.
So yeah, B is I'd say as a guest, he's done more than serviceably.
Yeah.
Josh Alexander, um,
B
B
minus.
minus.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like he's done good work when he showed up. He showed up. His first match was in the Owen tournament as surprise opponent for Hanger. Then immediately joined the Don Callis family, but it's kind of gotten lost in the shuffle because that thing is so freaking big. They
Yeah.
really need to like what they should do is like divide the Don Callis family into multiple tag teams and then throw them all at the Hurt Syndicate at once. So be like, doesn't matter which one of us wins.
Yeah.
Don Callis family wins. And that would add some real stakes to the Hurt Syndicate. So
Yeah.
because if they're facing like three different teams at once, but like none of those other teams cares which one of those other teams wins, as long as the Hurt Syndicate doesn't, that's some real stakes right there.
Yeah.
Um, Kota Ibushi just came back, had kind of a rough start, and then had an amazing match with Okada, and then had a decent showing in the Gauntlet. It's just kind of like three matches and a couple of other non wrestling appearances to really judge by. I don't even I don't even know how to do this. Maybe
I'm giving him like a C because he hasn't really been
B,
around
like
enough
B
to be good.
minus. I
Yeah.
don't
I'm
know.
giving him like a C. He hasn't been
Uh,
around
the
enough to really give him anything substantial.
the Beast Mortos.
A.
Hey, we
Oh,
stand the Beast Mortos in
rawr.
this house.
Yeah. We sure fucking do.
Constantly on TV, constantly having great matches with literally everybody. Doesn't have a great win loss record at
No.
all. He was the guy that who got clean swept in the Continental Classic, but is so over regardless that like people still cheer for him even though he's aligned with Jalisco and Rouge.
Yeah. People love him.
Dude's over.
Yeah.
Mercedes Monet loves the guy. We know that much.
Apparently. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh Danny Garcia won the TNT title, had a good showing in the Continental Classic.
Give him
Then
A
kind of
year. I'd give him a solid A year.
I'd say honestly,
I'm always interested in what he's doing.
yeah.
That's the thing with
Yeah.
him, man.
Yeah. I think that I would give him an A minus simply because there was a point where he was TNT champion, but he wasn't doing anything with it because he was so tied up in the Continental Classic
Yeah.
that he wasn't defending it for like months. And like,
Yeah.
but like I was intrigued where this thing was going with Adam Cole, you know. So before Cole got injured, which so that's going to be postponed or whatever. So
Yeah.
Matt Menard did show up in the show on the show in a managerial capacity. so he
He's been
counts.
having like a solid B year. He's always
Yeah,
funny. He's good on the mic. He's good on
yeah,
commentary. He's a good
yeah.
foil
Most
for
of the time he's on commentary
yeah,
or as a manager, and like you said, he's good in that role.
yeah,
And when FTR turned heel and they took on 2.0, man, he took a drubbing, didn't he?
yeah,
He took such a good butt kicking. Like I was, he bladed everywhere. He was super intense afterwards in that promo. Like the dude is like he's not like got the the coolest in ring move set or whatever. But the guy knows how to wrestle, and the guy knows how to do the non wrestling things.
yeah.
Megan Bain, A minus.
B.
Didn't win the belt, but looks great every single time. Has an unblemished singles record except for Tony.
I'd say B for skipping the line. That's all.
I mean, that's not her fault. That's a booking fault. That's
It's a booking
TK.
problem. Archer got a bad grade for his booking too. So
Mhm.
I think it's just there's so
Well,
many people that
there's
are so talented in that division. There
there's
is
well
nobody
there's
who
a
needs. I don't care who it is, even Mercedes. Nobody needs to be skipping that line. Nobody.
I think that
So
the key difference in terms of the booking problem here is that Lance Archer is inconsistently booked, whereas Megan Bain is consistently booked to look strong and to generally go over at the end. It's just she was hot shotted to the front line. That's a
yeah,
different kind of booking issue than being inconsistently booked all over the place. She's consistent. It was just a matter of one story.
yeah. Well, there's also
Time.
the Thunder Rosa chair fiasco.
Yeah,
The not
stuff.
knowing how to powder for a chair and making somebody else look like a fucking
Yeah,
idiot. It didn't
that didn't
play,
help anybody.
Yeah. A little hit for
I had
that.
for I had forgotten about that momentarily though, which I think is indicative of how strongly she's been booked since then. Like I
Yeah.
nearly forgot about it completely. Penelope Ford. I mean, eh, C, I
Yeah.
guess.
I give her about a
Like
C.
she's mostly a tag team partner of Megan Bain at this point, and is usually one eating the pins if they have to lose.
Yeah.
But even then, I think they have a winning record as a tag team, if just barely. So it's still wins are still wins. So
Yeah.
B, maybe C, or C, maybe B.
Yeah.
Ty Mello just came back.
I don't really got nothing for him right now, man.
Yeah,
We'll
like
see.
it was up until like she didn't seem to get her groove until this week, which is
Yeah.
after All In. So I'm
Yeah.
not grading it. Um, I would say in the short period of time that she was back, she hadn't really found her footing yet. So I would say C maybe. She's got it. All the ring rust is off now for the most part, but like up until that point, I couldn't say that. Anna Jay had a world title program with Mariah May. Anytime she was put in a no DQ situation, she surprisingly thrived. Like, who would have guessed that? Like, the girl who talks about her big ass and looks like a cheerleader would be the hardcore girl. But here you go. That's what she is. Like she thrives in those situations. The street fight she had with Mariah May was probably the best match she had in the calendar year. If I had to if I had to guess it. But like she didn't beat her and she didn't beat Mercedes for the TBS title either. Um she had a couple of different tag partners. She was hilarious with Harley Cameron in like the 4 weeks that they were together, and then Harley got injured. And then she and Ty J have really good chemistry because they're actual like real life best friends.
Yeah.
So like I would be willing to give her like a B minus. Like she
Yeah.
was
I give her like a B
consistent.
minus or
Yeah,
so.
like she didn't really accomplish a whole lot, and a lot of unforeseen circumstances came her way, but she adapted well. You know, who would have thought that she and Harley would have been so hilarious together?
Yeah.
Like Harley, we expect this from now, but like Anna Jay with her was like, huh, that's a revelation. Speaking of Harley Cameron, uh, I think she had a great year because she's constantly improving and she got super over. She had a great match with Mercedes in Australia. She got ventriloquism over. I think she gets an A just for getting ventriloquism over because
Yeah, I'd give her an
ventriloquism
A.
is not easy to get over.
Yeah, I'd give her an A.
Tekla, only been here a short time,
I don't got nothing for
undefeated
her.
in singles. Hmm?
I got nothing for her.
Yeah, it's
No grade.
difficult to say because it's been so short. I would say I would give her I would give her a B for the short time that she's been here. But like she's only been here for like 4 months. So
Yeah, I got nothing for
well wait no. Suspension or the probation was 45 days. So she's been here a month and a half
her. Yeah,
or 2 months or so or
not long
whatever.
enough for me to even tell
Yeah.
you if I like her work or not. Like,
Julia Hart came back from injury
I'd give her an
last
A, but just
winter.
mostly, I'd give her a B, and that's mostly because
Yeah,
they keep farting her around in this fucking state. Like, just because Buddy's hurt, they keep shuffling her around. Like,
yeah,
it's stupid.
yeah. It's the same thing with that happened with Brody King,
Yeah,
but she has something that he doesn't, and that's a little buddy in Sky Blue, who was also on this list because even though she didn't compete, she was in a managerial kind of role in the gauntlet. Um, I say Julia Hart had a better year than a better showing than Sky Blue.
yeah,
Uh, but since she's come back, she's been really like 50-50 booking. So, I'd give her a C and maybe Sky Blue a C minus because she only just came back but hasn't really done anything yet. But
yeah,
hasn't done anything egregious to deserve a D.
yeah.
Queen Amanada. I think her stock has risen since last year for sure. She's on TV all the time now, doing hateful things to Tekla, which is more effective than whatever was trying to manifest with Serena Deeb.
Yeah. I'm still only gonna give her like a C, just because
I would be willing to give her a B minus.
they keep shuffling around her gimmick or her angle. Like, it was Deeb, and then Deeb disappeared, and now it's Tekla, and
Yeah,
they hated each other for 10 minutes, and then they didn't even barely want to interact with each other in the last match.
but
It's
that was after
confusing.
all in. That was after all in. That's not part of the creating process.
Well, still, without
Uh,
without the last couple of weeks of Tekla stuff, it makes it worse actually.
yeah. Mina Shirakawa.
Got nothing for her, man. Like,
I don't know. I feel like she had
the
some.
reason I got nothing for her is because at All In she broke her hand. We're not going to see her for a while.
It's sadly
She
true.
just won that title too. It's just
She won the interim ROH Women's TV title, and
yeah,
then immediately I don't know if she has to vacate it.
yeah.
Can you, they they vac they vacate the TV title and make an interim title because Red Velvet's injured. Mina Shirakawa wins it, immediately breaks her hand the next night. So do you have an interim champion? What is
I
gonna
guess
go on?
I don't know, man. It's I don't
So
know.
dumb,
I find that whole
so
title
bad.
kind of pointless.
Like
So
she injured herself at All In, so I'm gonna count her year. Um, like she still finished the match. In fact, she got pinned in the gauntlet match. But she was in high profile spots in the time that she was a guest. She got really over. I'd give her a B.
I'd give her like a C just because it was so sporadic until she
It
got
was
signed.
sporadic, but I feel like she did enough to kind of earn the spot. I mean, she certainly was over enough to get hired once her contract stardom ran out. Athena, easy A plus, forever
Easy.
ROH champion.
Yeah.
I mean, I know this is AEW, but I mean, if you're the longest reigning Ring of Honor champion, that has to count for something.
Yeah.
Thunder Rosa, hit and miss year, had a couple of
D
title shots, but
at best.
couldn't really capitalize on them. Had unfortunate chemistry with Megan Bain over a chair. Um, it looks increasingly like she's part of the old guard that's getting phased out.
Yeah.
You know, um, she was the best around when the face of the division was Britt Baker, but when the face of the division is Tony Storm, it's a completely different division.
Yeah.
Um, I love Thunder Rosa, but I'd say she had a C year at best. Shuri, this is her one and only AEW match, and she lost.
No grade.
Incomplete. No grade. Alex Windsor, same deal.
No grade.
Bobby Lashley, gotta give him an A plus, right? Won the tag belts, has been completely dominant, beat Swerve Strickland, former world champion, easily
I
in about
guess.
9 minutes. Doesn't get remembered, but it did happen. And I'm saying this as a guy who's not like a huge fan of the dude. Like, remember, I constantly refer to him as the black hole of charisma. But like the year he's had along with Shelton Benjamin has been great. He's had a better year than Shelton Benjamin too, because he hasn't had any singles losses. Like Shelton Benjamin, I would downgrade to just an A because he's got some singles losses. But Bobby Lashley, so far as I can tell, is undefeated and a world tag team champion. So I mean, that's an easy A plus for me, even if I'm not the biggest fan of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Shelton Benjamin, I would give it an A.
Yeah, me too.
MVP as a manager, A, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
Like Don Callis is a different type of heel manager, and he's got the A. MVP gets an A for a completely different reason. He brought an act that was dead in the water way before it had any chance to really get its sea legs, and took it here and just absolutely made everything work. Like that's a huge deal. Like
Yeah.
that's incredible. Kevin Knight.
I mean, he's had a good few months, but I can't really. I mean,
I'd say a strong B plus. Jet speed's
yeah.
picking up some steam. Same with Mike Bailey. He fought for the international title almost immediately. Has had really good showings. I'd say give him both Bs. Maybe give Bailey a B plus because he's had a little bit more shine on him in title matches.
I'd probably give him B's
Mm.
if that. If I even grade them, like they haven't been around long enough for me to be invested in them. Really,
Adam Copeland just came back this year.
I'm
Or,
not giving him a grade at all. Like he had, it was the leg thing in the last year because that was stupid, and then
uh, like,
like
what do you mean?
the
What was it?
Moxley, like other than Moxley taking a bump on Spike,
Yeah,
everything Copeland has done this year has been like until Go Find Yourself, absolute
yeah. I mean,
bullshit.
the
I'm
second
sorry,
match
like
with Moxley was a lot better than the first.
yeah,
Like the first one was like a WWE style main event, and
it
it
was
just
garbage.
does not work in an AEW setting.
Yeah,
It just doesn't. Not what these fans want. Not what
no.
they've come to expect.
Cope is not what I want in AEW. I'm sorry, go away.
I
Just not really a fan of this
I
shit.
feel like he has a place.
I like that he like speared Stokely this week. I'm
Yeah,
sure he's gonna have at least one good match with FTR. I
yeah,
I don't care though. Like I just Edge
yeah.
used
I
to
mean,
be physically imposing at one. Do you remember when Edge was physically imposing?
yeah,
Because he's not now.
yeah. I mean, he's old
Like
man Cope now.
old man Edge, please go home. Enjoy your time with your wife
Um,
and daughters.
yeah, I would give him I would give him a D plus because, and the plus only because the second match with Mox was better.
Yeah, that second match was great, but like everything else has just been like
Yeah,
so.
it just like
Who cares?
it just didn't feel right having the WWE guy protect AEW.
Yeah, I didn't.
You know,
Just a lot of.
like don't get me wrong, I'm glad that he chose to be here of his own volition, and that he, in his first run before he got it, before he injured his arm, was his arm? It was his arm.
Yeah,
When he went through the table against Aleister Black or Malachi Black. Um, his first run, he wasn't taking up the main event spots. He was doing good work with Christian. Like, he was letting young guys get in the ring with somebody with as much experience. His first run here was a lot better than when he came back January. It was just it just didn't seem right.
yeah. D for disappointing
I'm
at
hoping
best.
that he can turn it around though.
I
I'm
hope
hoping that
so,
I mean, FT
but
he and FTR are good buddies, and we're roping Christian Cage into this too. I think the match will be good when it happens. I have no idea what the storyline is going to be like yet.
yeah. But I'm not
Um,
really. I don't really have like high expectations of the
yeah.
storyline getting there either.
Uh, Marina Shafir, easy A,
Yeah,
because she's on TV literally every week, and she's seen as a legitimate threat against everybody she comes across. She doesn't need matches to fill the role of enforcer,
yeah.
and she does it really, really well. Like, I mean, like we discussed previously, the reason that the Buckshot Lariat worked as a moment was because she was positioned in this spot where, like, she was not only a woman but a badass and would destroy you and be willing to. Um, in order for that to work, she has to be presented a certain way that puts her over to the audience, and it absolutely worked. Easy A, in my opinion. John Moxley won the world title, murdered his friend, tried to murder him again. Uh, a tale of two halves of a title reign. The first half was bad. The second
Can I
half,
give it a G for goddamn? I hated this whole thing. Like,
well,
ugh.
here's the thing. Like you got to look at it as a whole. The first half was bad. Like Orange Cassidy and Copeland never had any real shot at taking the belt off him, and fans knew it. Once you start putting guys like Swerve in his way, then there's real danger there. There's real menace there. Samoa Joe came inches away, and it was only Gabe Kidd, who nobody could have predicted, coming in to help him, that even escaped some that Moxie escaped Samoa Joe. Good stuff, good dramatic stuff. And then his match with Hanger was an all-time deathmatch classic with a huge emotional weight to it. You don't just do there with one person. He has to play his role too. So I
His
split the
role was
difference,
guy we all wanted to see not be the fucking champion anymore, man. Come on. Like,
and he did a good job of being hated, didn't he?
I guess, but
He did not want to be the cool heel. It
uh,
is so easy in AEW, with being the work rate smart mark company that it is, to get over despite being a heel because people appreciate the level of talent. It is incredibly hard to be over as a heel because people legitimately don't like you despite your talent.
I just, it's not even that I
I
didn't
I'm
like
gonna
John
give him
Moxley. I hated this character. I hated the same
I'm
promo every week, every week. It didn't matter how good the program was or bad the program was. The promo was exactly the same every week. Like this was, they couldn't have added this emotional weight without Hanger. This
well,
didn't. This
yeah.
doesn't work without the other guys. Moxley was a post around to which everyone else danced.
Yeah, I mean
Post does nothing
that's
but
what a heel
post.
champion does though.
Post does nothing
Like,
but post though.
I mean, you want to talk about a post that people love? What about the Beast Mortos? He posts for everybody. People love that guy. I know. I'm having fun with word,
The Beast
but
Mortos doesn't I don't know.
you and I are going to just fundamentally differ here. I am not going to give him an A plus, despite the fact that he won the world
I'll
title.
never give him an A
I'm
plus.
not going to give him an A because that front half of his world title was so bad.
Mm.
But I will give him credit for when it actually felt like he was in danger, for it feeling like a main event program, and you can't do that without him. You can't.
I mean, I'll give him a B for being
So
part of
I
those
would give him,
programs,
I think a B is fair. I really do.
but I
Because
hated it.
that first half was so bad. It was
It wasn't
so
just
bad.
bad, man. That shit fucking.
But everything after he was done with Copeland, it seemed like it was building towards something,
I
and
knew
it
there was like
clearly
it.
was.
They made it seem like there was more danger, but come on, like who didn't call almost at the beginning of this that this wasn't going to be done until All In? This was going to have the title. That's all we
There were
all
lots of
knew.
people on Blue Sky who were convinced for some reason. I wasn't, but convinced for some reason that Swerve was going to be the guy to take it off him. That TK was going to, pivot based on bad fan reaction to
Yeah,
Mox. It's like, no, that's the
no,
bad fan reaction is what they want. That's
yeah,
what they're
he's gonna
looking
double
for.
down, which is
Yeah,
exactly what he fucking did. Like
yeah,
I didn't go like 5 pay-per-views in a row with a perfect prediction score because I didn't know what the fuck it was happening.
yeah,
Like we knew,
yeah.
we
All roads were leading to
knew,
Hanger,
yeah,
and
all
if
or
it
Darby,
wasn't,
but then Darby took off to climb a
yeah,
fucking mountain, so then it was Hanger
yeah,
because we weren't gonna wait on Darby.
we were. I'm absolutely convinced that initially it was Darby, and then they pivoted when he when the dates just didn't line up.
Yeah, when they were like, I'm not gonna make it back in time to be not ring rusty for All In, like
Yeah,
or be even involved in the storyline leading up to. Like I'm
yeah.
not gonna be
Not
here.
even going to be in the Owen.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I give Mox's B, but
Yeah,
he ain't
I
getting an
think
A out of
that's
me for
fair.
shit.
I think that's fair. Like the like I said, in my opinion, it's the story of two halves of a title reign. The first one, you know, and this isn't to knock Orange Cassidy for the record because he did a great job with what he was given, but
Mm,
nobody thought he was nobody.
no question.
Nobody gave it a second thought. Like they tried to make it like because he had beaten Mox before that he had a shot, and you know there was something to that. But that first time he didn't have all these guys surrounding him, interfering all the time. It was very clear that this was the beginning of a long thing, and
Yeah,
it wasn't going to end anywhere except All In, whether it was Darby or Hanger. It wasn't clear at that point, but it was going to end it All In because where else would it? Last
yeah,
name Kenny Omega. A plus for coming back for diverticulitis on its own merit.
yeah. I just give Kenny an A plus. I don't need to really elaborate.
Yeah,
It's
I
Kenny.
mean he won the international title and did a great job with it too. But honestly, just coming back from that, I've known people who have had diverticulitis and they are in rough shape. Not at all. They were never the athlete that Kenny Omega is. But like to come back at that high level despite all that, like it's an incredible feat and it should be
Yeah,
celebrated. Take your A plus gladly, Kenny. Go home, rest up, come back when you're ready.
mm, yeah. All
All
right.
right, that was another long episode
Yeah,
because we had hundreds of names to go through, and I'm sorry, but it gives you an overall sense of where AEW is at the moment. So,
yeah. Well, yeah. Y'all keep your head up out there. We love you. Be safe,
all
and
right,
we'll see you next week.
we will see you next week. Enjoy.
Peace.
Peace.